Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the main event of the Finals Community Cup. I hope you're watching the LCQ because this just got riled up with the final few teams joining and now us having our top 6. My name is Lucifer. Joining me on desk is going to be Necros, and we're going to kick things off today by looking out to who will get closer to the $10,000 Necros. What do you think?
It has been a long journey over past 2 weeks. We have witnessed so many matches, so many interesting teams came into the contention, but out of which only 6 remain. And total of we had like 64 teams participating throughout the entire the Finals Community Cup. 32 teams played the Split 1, 32 played the Split 2, and a lot of teams whose luck were not in their favor in the Split 1, they came back in the Split 2 to participate once again, try their luck, but out of which only Eternal Fate, if I'm not wrong, made it to this far and be in the top 6.
Eternal Fate and B Team. Two teams have made their way from the LCQ. So it's going to be interesting to see what they're going to bring forth. Lethal Force and Level 100 Gear, unfortunate. They got put out on the lower qualifiers and the upper qualifiers that they tried their best foot in a forward path. But right now, Split 1, Split 2 done. If you watch the last 2 weekends of action, that's when we had a Split 1 where IND and Zeus Generation qualified. And along with them is going to be Havk and Helldivers. Now, out of these 4 teams who have already managed to make their way in, it is Helldivers who've been the surprises, who've been the dark horses. And today, starting things off in the main event, who's to know what they're going to be bringing about?
I really believe, you know what, Lucifer, we will be witnessing so many unorthodox plays today, and after which this is just first day of the main event, and by the end of the entire main event we will have that one team in the contendership. Though I have some favorites of my own, but talking about the prize pool that they will get, it's going to be total of $10,000, but the champion will be walking away with $6,000 all by the entire team, and the runners up will get 2,000. The third place will get 1,200 and the fourth place will be rewarded with $800. So out of these 6 teams, you need to be qualifying or maybe making yourself up to the top 4 bracket to earn those prize pool money.
We will wait and watch out, but quickly telling our viewers where their favorites are. Then I'll come to your discussion about who your favorites are. Helldivers versus Eternal Fate in our winner bracket round 1. And in the round 1.2 match is going to be Worst Generation versus B Team. However, if you look at Team IND and Team Havk, comfortably sitting in a round 2 because they were the top seeds of Split 1 and Split 2 respectively.
Yep, the Lux have a little bit of favor in for those 2 teams, but hey, we really eagerly want to see the competition between Team Havk and Team IND. I just want to keep it to the grand finals. Yeah, now you can guess one of my favorites in this main event, but now the main contendership comes down to Eternal Fate versus Helldivers. Helldivers, they had a good weekend for themselves in Split 2 where they had won a lot of matches. They failed in the grand finals, but nevertheless, they had a great run. But talking about Eternal Fate, this team, Lucifer, they came in Split 1, they got taken down in the quarterfinals, they came back in Split 2, they got taken down in the semi-finals, but made it to the top 4, which led them in the LCQ, and from there, they're here for the main event.
Yeah, they had to go through 3 rounds of duels and then get into the main event. However, let's hope Helldivers, who've been the surprise packages that we've been talking about, managed to take down a lot more. Eternal Fate have a lot more experience, I would say, because of the number of times they've gone through the whole shebang of getting into the finals main event with Split 1, Split 2 and then the LCQ. Quickly talking about the veto right now, Skyway Stadium is going to be our first pick coming in from Eternal Fate. Good decision because they've not yet lost a single map so far in Skyway. Then we jump into Helldivers, which is proven to be a better map for them. They've had 1 loss on Monaco, but they have 2 victories. And then we go into Las Vegas. Surprise, surprise, Necros. Both of these teams so far, at least on stream, haven't played on Las Vegas. So I'm going to be interested to see if we get a chance to go to Las Vegas, especially to start things off with the 3-mapper in our main event round 1 matchup itself. And if it goes there, that'll tell us the intensity about the game. If it doesn't, if it goes one way, then it just tells us that one team's been prepared really well. Starting things off, our round 1 Skyway Stadium against Eternal Fate and Helldivers.
I won't be really surprised if Eternal Fate anyhow manages to prevail on the top in this particular map of Skyway, because they had a lot more grind as compared to Helldivers. They have played Split 1, they have played Split 2. Now coming down with the LCQ as well, they are all warmed up.
Shooter's playing heavy. And he's gone like 2 lights and a medium. Here we end up seeing similar, I think. I did see 2 mediums on the other end. I'll get a quick glimpse as we jump into the game itself. But for now, it is going to be attack to Eternal Fate to start things off. Helldivers to prep against them. 2 lights. Pretty sure there should be a gateway in the mix. Maybe Berry has a gateway, but we'll wait and watch out. Shooter on the other end. I'm excited to see this man on a heavy.
Yep. He has been really exceptional for his team in terms of support, in terms of fragging department. He has been doing really great for Eternal Fate. The past couple of matches that they have already played in this Community Cup. But once again, Helldivers, I really want to see how they have done their homework against Eternal Fate, because they have watched a lot of matches as for what you need to do a homework before the main event. But talking about this position, Huddy, he has all the information in the world. He's relying everything to his teammates.
We're jumping towards Huddy itself, and there's a shot taken. Man loses a lot of health, down to just 120, 130 health lost, and now playing behind the mesh, but they're over surging. Needing to help, but they understood that there are more forces trying to push. Quick exchange coming in. 4-4, Eternal Fate lose one of their attackers, which might be proving a little difficult, but nice glitch nade, and now chasing that heavy down. He wants to recover health to 150, was almost about to, but they again take it down. They still keep trying to hit, but Eternal Fate, they lose one of their players. This is where attack has to start slowing things down, otherwise they'll lose control of it, and looks like they are. They did lose, but they quickly exchange, so the battle is still on at a 2v3.
Eternal Fate definitely looking forward to start the decryption at any cost, but still unaware, or maybe just having more time all to themselves to ensure that nobody is around the corner. But the players have dived in. It's down to a 2v2. Eternal Fate, they are fighting back, and now the shots being taken from the upper ground will not be that much effective. The mesh shield is actually protecting the players. Parag and Mr. Shooter, they have to clinch this round all to themselves, but so much damage on that player. Helldivers seems to be in a dicey mood.
Nice angle, but there's a heavy flanking. They have to stop this heavy at all costs. The mesh protects. Parag down to 25. He's breathing. But for how long? 20 seconds on the clock. Then there's a push. Use of a dome. Winch claw coming through. Helldivers almost managing to convert this, but they're getting blocked. Time's ticking. Glitch. And now 16 seconds. They know they have an opportunity, but they're treading slowly. There is even a gas, but I think this should be enough for them. And they will stop the decryption and let the terminal be encrypted till the next round starts. That was close. Helldivers, nice play coming in, especially that they separated their heavy who flanked. I thought both the heavy and the medium would try and fight together from the upper ground. But that was a nice strategy for Helldivers to come through and especially pick off the first round from Eternal Fate.
Incredible round inversion from the side of Helldivers, because even I thought, Lucifer, that yeah, this round probably will be going in the favor of Eternal Fate after seeing how much damage Parag did to one of those players. But that one heavy flank did wonders for their side. Being that first round in the favor of Helldivers, again the traps are being laid by them just to ensure that nobody reaches to this location quickly. And even if they reach there, decryption is delayed. But for Eternal Fate, I mean, they have done some good counterattacks when it came down to the previous matches. Are they preparing or cooking something within their mind?
Eternal Fate started losing their numbers. Of course, I think that was a tad bit of a disadvantage. They have to rework on it. They will for surely do that. 2 lights compared to the 2 mediums, 2 heavies, and only a single light on Helldivers has a better resistance in terms of their build composition. But if you flank them, surprise them before they send out bullets, you still have an opportunity. Seems like a hit coming through. Not interested in construction, but you can see Helldivers how well they're holding from construction on even the A terminal. They're destroying the apartment terminal, trying to get closer to it. Detected with the sonar. Hamster trying to spot. He does spot again. These sneaky angles. Eliminations, yeah.
The attack is literally so much injustice with all the players of Helldivers, but look at the retaliation that is being done. Down to a 3v2, brings it down to a 2v2 as well. See, FaZe as well as Hamster out there just surviving from the side of Helldivers. But they need to be very cautious because one of the players is barely surviving. Yes, he will be getting his heal up to 100 HP. But from there, he's all alone. He's on 125 though. But Eternal Fate, in some similar situations, they have been there in a 2v2 situation in the previous round where they couldn't make it up. They started decryption but could not defend it. But Helldivers this time, again, will be looking forward for that same kind of intention, will be looking for the same kind of play as what they did earlier in this match.
So the key right in front of him. Light comes to and he falls. Gas takes down the other who was trying to get the decryption, I guess, with that surprise of the light, but doesn't work. Helldivers get 2. Mansion and Restaurant right now. I think Restaurant might be a good decision for them to hit. Mansion a little too tricky with buildings, but hey, if they try to, it should work for them. Mansion is a little tad out in the open, so for now if they try and go hit Restaurant, it might be better for them. But it all depends on how Helldivers set up. We've been seeing them that they try to stay away from a terminal, whereas they gamble stack on the other, making sure their setup is good in one spot. It seems like at the villa that we are seeing, the mansion is being heavily guarded right from the doorway. And if somebody decides to open, it is going to be an explosion in favor of Helldivers.
All stuck together. This time Eternal Fate, they at least won this round, no matter how it goes or how they want it. At least 2-1 scoreline is what everybody seeks on the attacking side, specifically in the map of Skyway. Because we know in the defensive half it is sometimes a little bit easy as compared to the attacking side to make a comeback, finish those rounds. Look at the damage that is being done on Huddy. He drops down to 137, but he is on a very good position. So the decryption has been started. Now all the players of Helldivers will be trying to dive in, stop it as quickly as possible.
They use a different approach rather than trading him from the door, but a nice RPG from Flix, Farag also, and now there are players from the Eternal Fate falling down to the last 2. One of the players tried to charge, it was a light, now he's caught out in the open, shotgun hits coming through. He uses his SMG as best as he could, but the chase is still on, and now Max in trouble, bringing it down to a 2v2 situation. How is this possible, Eternal Fate? Now they come to the last quivering player, Berry. He has to change this, has a light, finds the elimination, brings it down to a 1v1 situation, spots the other, goes in, he is using a mesh. Unfortunate to turn around, and the the Lewis gun will put him down, and Huddy gets Helldivers, their 3 defenders, flawless half end.
He was so close, Barry. I really thought that he has got that second frag as well. He was arming, like, I think that he was down to like 30 or 40 HP, but where Barry just, turned around and went back and get the reload done for his gun, that is where he gave the opportunity to the other player, and he didn't made any mistake from his end. Now it's 3-0 already. We can say this is going to be the map point for Skyway, where Helldivers looking forward to clinch it away from the hands of Eternal Fate. But I really don't think that's going to be that easy, because Eternal Fate on the defensive half has been very promising, specifically in the map of Skyway.
So far, this is surprising for me. Eternal Fate have not lost a single Skyway Stadium of all the games that we have spectated them on stream. And now they've not even got a single round. Is a big surprise. Attackers already taking their path through the mansion, treading. I think their initial hit will be towards the B terminal. The 2 lights, one of them have to find a flank. Can they find any info?
Job for the boys of Eternal Fate to make a comeback from this position. Every time you need a lot of rounds, there is that bit of pressure in your mind that we're losing 3-0. Now, if we don't back this round, the game is over, the Skyway is over for us, and we have to go down to Monaco and then fight for our survival in this series. Shots being exchanged, the players have been spotted. Eternal Fate, again, trying to defend their terminals at any cost.
They know they can close this map now. 41 player, that's the medium. Position's been called out and they get the elimination. defender. They lose their first. And now they're beating down a lot more. They get a second. Without even getting closer to the terminal, they're picking all of them apart. And the last three, they're gathered together towards the B terminal. And they get spotted. Big hit coming through. I think that was the RPG. And Berry drops to barely anything on him. On 10. Gets cleaned off. Make his teammate also cleared. And the last player, 4-0. Eternal Fate gets swept off.
What a beautiful start for the side of Helldivers. A team who has literally wrecked a lot of teams in Split 2 has finally started their journey in the main event as well. Eternal Fate, this is not the outcome that they wanted, but Helldivers, they were just too good to get this clean sweep done against them with a 4-0. But for Eternal Fate, I really do think they have a lot more things to show up. They have made mistakes and they need to judge it and rectify it quickly before coming down to Monaco.
For now, I have no clue what happened over there. They looked comparatively from their previous games very apart from what they could do. Now, Eternal Fate, again, they're a team who went through 3 rounds of battles to make sure they're here in the main event. And for them to show up like this on the first game itself is a big surprise. They were a no-show at all if you would want to put it in plain terms. But I think this is just Helldivers kind of keeping an eye out for what they can do, and Skyway Stadium being one of their comfort maps. And as I said, they've not lost any. They make sure they put one loss on board for them and they pick up their own win on Skyway Stadium, and Helldivers do just that. They were the surprise as we spoke, and they're still surprising with this first performance. 4-0 is something I never thought of. You were even exclaiming, right, that this is defense. This is something that Eternal Fate should be able to pull off. But surprise, nothing works for them, and I was surprised as well. You saw players were getting caught out in the open. First their medium falls, then a light gets spotted, then the heavy, then all 3 players gathered together just because of, I think, 1 RPG. 2 of them get taken down to low health. Things like this right at the doorway and positions in awkward spots. They get taken down. I think maybe they did not have enough gadgets to kind of withhold on Skyway Stadium, and especially not even pull off 1 round. But Helldivers, they're looking hella fun. It's interesting to see this team. It looks like they're going to be fighting, and especially when you saw the bracket, no teams from Split 1 who have qualified will meet in round 2. No teams in Split 2 who have qualified will meet each other in round 2 as well. So as of now, they'll be fighting with a cross connection of Split 1 teams. So we are interested into seeing that how Split 1 and Split 2 fare against each other. And this is also happening right now, but it's a mix of LCQ and Split 1 and Split 2.
Yeah, somehow we also had a debate over it that, Split 1 teams had some different kind of play style, using the dematerializers a lot, and the Split 2 teams had some different kind of play style all to themselves, playing it steady, approaching every fight very, very cautiously. So now the debate is getting settled down that, yeah, the Split 1 and Split 2 teams all coming together in one particular stage and now fighting against each other. That can be sorted out. But as you mentioned earlier, this was the map. As you, even in the map, you told that Skyway is a map in which Eternal Fate has never lost in all those broadcast matches that we have ever seen. And now this is their first defeat on Skyway, which will lead them down to the lower brackets for sure. But I'm really surprised to see not getting a single round. Even if it was like a 1 round or 2, I would like, okay, Eternal Fate, they tried, they made a mistake. Helldivers were just too good. But with a 4-0, it is a big statement that Helldivers they have made in the very first game itself.
I think the strategy and setup itself was so good, as we saw even the first round, right? Where we thought, okay, Eternal Fate, who initially lost the numbers, they should be able to kind of win the game because they had started the decryption. They brought it down to a 2-2 situation. But what happened was that separation of the medium of Helldivers and the heavy, where I thought they would actually play together because that heavy also had a mesh. And they actually didn't. They actually used that medium as a distraction and the heavy to go on a flank, and that worked out really, really well. Huddy coming in with 6 eliminations, and his teammates assisting him with 5 on Maul, Hamster with 4, FaZe with 2, and Max at 2. Maul was their light. He also has 5 eliminations. Amazing stuff. But today, Flix, Fragreft, Prague, all of them on single 1-digit eliminations is a surprise for me. And Shooter changing into that heavy was also, as I said, a surprise. I'm looking forward to what he's going to pull off. I think I saw him on a medium and certain times on a light, but going directly into a heavy is a big surprise for me, and I was not ready for it.
A big setback for the boys of Eternal Fate for sure. Uh, Even to see Fragriff, Flix, Parag on like single eliminations like that, it's something that we're not used to. But Huddy stepping up, Maul again being on that top 2 spot with 5 eliminations on his name. He's proving that Helldivers they're here to win. They might have not won the Split 2 finals, but here they just want to win the main event. They want to settle scores with every other team. But now the combat score comparison will be giving us a lot of just about the entire matchup that already happened. So the least combat score player from the side of Helldivers is Max with 1820, and which is still a lot more higher than I would say like 4 players from the side of Eternal Fate.
Yeah, I think this first game was a no-show as of now from Eternal Fate. This is not the result they themselves would have expected when things started off. The fight itself on Skyway Stadium was maybe a big surprise for them because, as I said, this is not the Eternal Fate that I've seen even in Split 1 and Split 2 together. And then in LCQ itself, they were a little different. Now, I'm not too sure what went wrong here. Maybe they were caught off guard. Maybe it was a surprise. They didn't know how to fight against Helldivers because we've been talking about Helldivers quite often. Yes, they did not manage to take down Havk, but they still managed to pull one map away from them in their finals, I presume, or in some other game. So it's going to be interesting to see how, if Helldivers make a way, move ahead, they'll be fighting with IND, and that's going to get even more interesting. But before that happens, there is still a chance. I'm not giving up on the side of Eternal Fate, boys. They still can do it. Shooter is trying to rally his troops towards Monaco, then Las Vegas, and close the series. But is it gonna happen? Helldivers start off an attack on Monaco.
And the fun fact is, Eternal Fate, they will be starting on the defensive half in the map of Monaco, as well as if it goes down to Las Vegas, they will be starting on the defensive half as well. So we saw what happened in Skyway's first defensive half. Helldivers, they got 3 rounds in their bag. It was a close contention, but once again, the defensive half factor had worked out for them. I'm not saying that if you start on defensive half, you are definitely going to win that map, but it does raises the chances. We have seen in the past couple of weeks in Split 1 and Split 2, things have worked like that. Yes, 1 or 2 matches, entire fate, this entire kind of thought process has been changed by a lot of teams that if we don't even start on the defensive half, we still can win the match by being on the attacking half as well.
Yeah, I think Necro Split 2 itself kind of gave us an input of it doesn't matter whether you're an attack or defense. If you know to pull off a round in terms of whether you have to decrypt or stop the decryption from happening or defend from the key getting closer to the terminal itself, teams are getting ready for it. But before, we ended up seeing the terminal, right, when they were kind of trying to put in and then defend it. It did not work in Split 1. In Split 1, what was happening mainly, it was just the defense favoring better. I think only IND were one of the teams with those 3 heavies that they were setting up were successful in both attack and defense. But that's the change coming in Split 2. But a quick info that we have from our producers is that there is a small change that Eternal Fate will be doing is a sub of a player. Fragriff is not going to be playing. One of his teammates is going to be joining, and we'll be seeing him on Monaco. So let's hope that works, Necros. Do you think this sub in the game that is so crucial right as of now will work in their favor?
To not see Fragriff, it does hurt myself deep down in my heart that I really wanted that one guy to play because I have admired this guy from Split 1 itself. But yes, some changes are necessary. But this addition, as the IGL, the captain, is bringing one change. There has to be something about that one player that he can bring up on the table, just specifically in the map of Monaco. And AD coming in the question. I really want to see how does he replace Fragriff, in what measures, and what is he going to do to bring some more changes in the entire series, because this time Eternal Fate, they definitely need an equalizer to keep the contention going on and push it to the decider of Las Vegas. Otherwise, if the similar stats, if the similar play continues from the side of Eternal Fate, this is going to be the final match that they play on the upper brackets, while they will fall down in the lower brackets if they lose this one.
It's just amazing to see that people are still not opting for turrets when they have mediums. And I thought we would end up seeing a lot more turrets, but people are worried maybe about the data reshapers. That gadget is available for the mediums. In case an opponent medium has a data reshaper, meaning the gadget's on, will be turned in favor. And that is something interesting, but so far we've not seen something like that. And even if it happens, it's very quick to kind of point that out. But for now, it is going to be attack as we spoke, Helldivers to start things off, and they look like they want to go across the forest and park and make their way towards maybe the B terminal.
Already talking about this. Helldivers once again. We have seen their defensive half in the previous match. Now, one attacking half, yes, we witnessed against Eternal Fate, and that was the final round, the map point it was. But just seeing them being on the attacking half on the very first stance, I really want to see how are they going to perform this time. The sonar grenades are already out from the side of Berry and company. Now the locations have been revealed. And now this is going to be really interesting to see. The upper ground advantage is there for the side of Eternal Fate. The shots are being exchanged, but you can see the damage that they're dealing against them.
For Red Shooter, this is a big opportunity. Uses the bullets, damage is done, but can he find the elimination? Eternal Fate lose one. An exchange comes through for a 4-4. The key's been lost because of that exchange and in trouble. Parag tries to run away to safety, but Eternal Fate not just lose him, but another. Ad trying to use his M60 to take down his opponent. Huddy goes with the help of his teammate, but immediately Huddy gets taken down by the opponent. And it's all up to Ad right now. The new replacement in place of Frag Rift, but it doesn't still seem to work. It is Helldivers with round one and on attack pulling it off. Apartment and penthouse is where we go right now.
Oh my god. Even on the defensive half, it seems like Eternal Fate, they are literally in shambles. I mean, this is just the first round, but you can see the domination that is being done by Helldivers, right? They went all in, they did not fear a single player. As soon as one of their players got taken down, the retaliation was so brutal coming up from their side.
The start was good, but you could see more of the players from Eternal Fate just kept jumping in for the fight, even though they almost knew that it was a 4v4. It's time to back off, but that's the advantage that Helldivers took. And if that keeps happening, it's trouble season. There's a Winch Claw also on the attackers, and that Winch Claw has been troubling. It stuns you, it doesn't let you move until that Winch Claw pulls the opponent closer to the opponent. If you're a light, you have a chance to evasive dash, but otherwise mostly it feels a GG. For now, again, Helldivers taking their time. They know they can get closer, be quick and get to the terminal, but not without a casualty, so therefore stepping lightly in every direction.
Oh my god. Already the shots are being exchanged. Huddy is being surrounded by the players of Eternal Fate. Quickly uses the shield to just escape and come down to some safety cushion, have some safety cushion for himself. Keeping it in the shelter of attic, but ED still searching for the players to come up. He is guarding the A terminal all by himself. With the M60 he has and the RPG and the shields and all the stuffs. Being heavy, he has got a big responsibility to play. But right now, Huddy guarding all his teammates through the shield and also has a jump pad in front of him as the key is still a little bit far from them.
He missed this jump, but finally they go in with the jump RPG. I think it did enough damage, I'm not too sure, but it's still a 4v4 situation. They managed to exchange RPG, goes in counter, but it's not enough damage. Now they're rushing up onto him using the mesh. The heavy was able to find one, but then the exchange happened. Eternal Fate will be happy that their exchange happened, but Max is now getting changed. He tries his way to winch out, but doesn't work. This is the first time there's a man advantage. With a jump in, Mr. Shooter, along with his teammate, they convert things as quick as possible without giving any chance for Helldivers. 1-1, the score's been equalized, and last round of the first half.
Finally, we can see one round coming up from their side of Eternal Fate, but they need to get one more to be in a comfortable spot or even to fight for the series, for this map as well. 1-1, but Helldivers, they are definitely giving a very tough competition to the boys of Eternal Fate, and they cannot just rest in peace at this moment. They have to be active, they have to get all the frags as quickly as possible, but they're just playing it steady, waiting for the players of Helldivers to come in and make the first move.
I love the terminal of underpass. It's very tough to breach into. If you get in and if you're able to hold it off, then it's very tough for a retake also. For now, Eternal Fate setting up all around the underpass, knowing that it is going to be the most valued and a tad bit easier compared to the construction to keep control of. There's mines all across. They did use goo canisters, and the thought of it from Helldivers is right, that if they head towards underpass, it's going to be tough. And for now, we can see the key is around the rooftops, around A. Shooter spotted the light mall a little further away. But with that, the information's known. But however, his teammates are running in the other direction. They get into the terminal itself on construction. Mall was running in a different position. Sonar will still give away their positions. But let's see if it works. RPG ready. They're going to try and break the floor. Go down as low as possible because it's at the bottom floor. Is there another dematerializer? They're playing two mediums. But finally, it seems they've spotted a heavy. Glitchnade being sent, using their own dome to survive. And they know there's going to be a lot of gadgets in the bottom floor as well. They still manage to try and jump. The key goes, the players also start stepping in, but then they see a gas around it. Dome gets destroyed, but they're still trying to put the terminal in, and finally the gas does damage. They have to buy time before they start the decryption.
Oh my god, look at the shot exchange that is being done, and finally one of the players, Parag, has been taken down. The shields are up. Now they can just start the decryption as soon as possible. But oh my god, 80, he falls in the hands of Val. But Huddy is on a rampage at this moment. Each and every player, he's being smacked to the ground as Helldivers, they're raining hell upon the players of Eternal Fate.
Hamster's too good with a winch claw. He's unstoppable. Nice explosion. Mr. Shooter finds a way. 3v2. His teammate Flix is a little low on health. Has to recover back to 150. He's to try and buy some time in between. But can they get closer? I'm pretty sure they're using the dematerializers and are a floor above. Max, FaZe, and Hamster. It becomes to a 2v1. The fight is still on. 1v1 make it. FaZe unable to find the player, but the time's ticking. 20 seconds on the clock. He has to just buy time right now. Shooter at 18. Any spot where the player is, he is in the hiding. Now chasing him down. Flanking him. FaZe almost trying his best, but FaZe's intentions are clear. Buy time. Doesn't even want to fight, and with the time ticking to a 0, he knows the decryption is his. And the score to lead and end the half is going to be for Helldivers.
FaZe did a fantabulous job. There is no questions asked. He had one responsibility to not let the decryption being interrupted, and he did it so brilliantly. 2-1 as the sides are being swapped. Now it's time for Helldivers to come on the defensive side, while Eternal Fate, he will be attacking to thus remain relevant in the series, or maybe just push it to the decider. But I really don't think it's going to be easy.
It's not going to be. Honestly, at this point, Eternal Fate, them getting that one round, as we spoke about it, they were fighting fire with fire, backing right into the fight, and that's the reason the exchanges happened. Again, it was Shooter swooping in and doing the damage as a light. This time also it was Shooter, but he did not have enough time. Eventually tried his best, but FaZe, you saw him running, ring around the pansies. Oh, there seems to be an unthought of glitch for now. They tried to open a dematerializer spot and the key stuck. And whose turn is it? It's Eternal Fate.
Oh man. Unfortunate for them. But now I guess it's possible to use another dematerializer to get that one.
Right now.
Hello? Can somebody dig it out?
I think there's no chance. These we did talk about the finals having a lot of numerous chances in terms of the environment, but when there's a rigid environment which is not ready to move around or get destroyed, this is what happens. And seems like I think maybe they put the key inside the container and then use dematerializer on it, and it glitched out. I don't know what they did over there, but there's still a positive to look at this. Go for a fight. I don't know why they're not committing to a fight. There's still a 5v5 on. I know you've lost the key, but there's still a chance of a fight as you're getting closer towards the terminal, and then maybe pick off all the players, win that round. But if this happens and you're still sticking on to your spawn, the broader spectrum that we spoke about is not being replicated here. You have to always have different approaches to the path, and right now it seems like this round will be done, and that's going to be 3 for Helldivers. We will still get a confirmation if there's going to be a go around this, but for now it is going to be coming down to a 3, and Helldivers will be on a big advantage after this round.
Yeah, I guess there will be something that they might be sorting it out, but yeah, as you mentioned, they could have went for those fights, took a head-on 5v5 battle, but instead of that, they just waited. Like, yeah, we've given up because the key is stuck, and there's no point in going in. So maybe that is a different kind of approach that Eternal Fate wanted to have, because they wanted to go for the decryption and then play around it. That's why they decided not to take any other further fight.
Yeah, I it's not just that. I think at this point, Eternal Fate, rather than kind of expanding their horizon, they've been a little clustered, or I would say, kind of put in a spot where they're unable to think out of the box. Their victory path is like, we'll find a way to hit the terminal, start the decryption. The other way to win is going to be them maybe taking out all the players from the attackers when they were on the first half of defense. They did not think about the other side of the approach, and right now the vision is getting narrower and narrower for them as Eternal Fate are losing sight of the winner bracket run, because this is one map, and if they lose here, they're done for. They are not going to be having an opportunity to tread up ahead, and this is not something I'm pretty sure they would have wanted. But this is looking good for Helldivers, for the team who were a surprise, a team who were not, I think, in our horizon or domain, for us to kind of think about, oh wait, this is a team that'll be jumping in towards the main event. We thought about the team which was playing from Split 1, coming into Split 2 as well, trying their luck over there, and they still fail, go into the LCQ. When all of this happens, Helldivers is just enjoying so far, sitting in the top, beating everybody. And now Helldivers have another opportunity. They ended the half already on a lead. Now this start happened after the half change, side change. So there is a chance that that's what is getting discussed. If you're wondering why we are here on the desk, it's getting discussed of what needs to be done about the round. They'll go head back to the rule book and check what is the best outcome for Eternal Fate and Helldivers, because as we said, pausing it in between the round itself doesn't make any change, because it's just going to be stuck. Everybody's going to get stuck if you pause. That's the only change that's going to happen. So for now, yes, they will look out for what is going to be happening, and we have a final confirmation that they're going to be getting it back to a 2-1 score of the half where attack starts for Eternal Fate, meaning that round will be reset. Don't worry, we will be jumping for it very soon. The action is not going to give away a third round for Helldivers, and I think that's a wise choice coming through, because if there was a chance to bring back the key out, Necros, we could have gotten back into the game, but we didn't. So if there is still a go for it to be put back to the 2-1 scoreline, and from then we again re-roll the game. So make sure you don't go anywhere, because we'll take a short break for that to be set up, and we'll be back with the action to decide our round 1 who's going to go against IND or Havk. Welcome back. As we said, it was a break because we had to reset all of it and bring it back. I know you were seeing us for a long time. That's the reason we decided to cut to a break. But Necros, now what they will be seeing is going to be the game. So I just hope Eternal Fate do not try to set up a campfire similar to what they did in the previous round.
Couldn't agree more. It felt like a campfire that, yeah, we friends are burning some, there's a fire, we're sitting around having some jamming session or something, but it was not. I mean, Monaco is a happening place, we understand, but it's time where you need to fights.
Let's jump into the game. No marshmallows this time given to them. Rather, the key is in their hand. They will be jumping in for a fight. Terminals will be switched. Yes, it's not going to be the same terminals, but Eternal Fate are going to be starting on the half again. Let's just hope it works out better for them. It seems like Ad threaded on a lot of fire and gas before the start of the round, and it seems like that is not affecting him right now, but it is kind of hit the frame of his. So you don't have to be worried about this. This is just like a little bit of a graphic glitch, but it's not affecting the players until and unless they step into something as fire and gas later down in the game. But for now, it is Helldivers on an advantage, Necros too. Still.
Somehow, you know what? I felt like this is the inner demonic spirits, that the superpowers that is just coming out of their body in terms of the gas and fire, isn't it? Yeah, I felt like the superpowers are being utilized by the players of Eternal Fate, but it seems like it's a 2-1 and they want to go and take up this contention all to themselves. Absolutely getting ready. One shot, he can be taken down. Try to just literally sprint away, but Berry, he will be punished.
Eternal Fate lose their first. The second has been spotted and FaZe is relay the information. And that's the player with the key who's running. So they're trying to chase him. Ad trying his best, gets spotted finally, uses the mesh to turn around and now block the bullets as his teammates are trying to start the decryption. There you go, decryption's been started. It is time for now Helldivers to charge back in. Can they successfully do so? 5v4.
Oh, Helldivers lost one, but now it's down to 4v3. Never expected that unorthodox angle to come into the question. Maul is already all up. Stab is also getting prepared. He can just go up and... yeah, the invincibility again. I'm a little bit excited about the decryption. The interruption is coming on the way and all the players of Eternal Fate has already been decimated, bringing it down to a 3-1 scoreline.
This time, Eternal Fate, they do get reset, get a chance to fight, even start the decryption, but they were covered in all directions, especially Maul, not even giving them an opportunity to step out of the window as his teammates were fighting from the adjacent building. He was fighting from the neighboring one through the window, and that's the reason Eternal Fate did not get a chance to win that round even after starting the decryption. And now the time's gonna be ticking to 0, where they have to find a way to convert this round. Otherwise, this whole series, the match 1, round 1 of the main event, Eternal Fate will be pushed to the lower bracket. Now, not to worry. For all the fans who are supporting Eternal Fate, this is a double elimination. Compared to our split 1 and split 2 brackets, just like what you saw in the LCQ, our main event is going to be a double elim.
Somehow, Lucifer, I feel like I am missing Frag Rift in this match. Sniper action from their end.
Yeah,
and
let's tell our viewers as well about it. He's feeling under the weather today, and that's the reason he has been subbed in. Ads joined. Otherwise, we would have seen Frag Rift in full form. Maybe that's affecting Eternal Fate today, especially in the main event.
And that on the map of Monaco, where we have seen Frag Rift going berserk with the sniping action, and he has been very, very valuable for his team in the terms of the previous Monaco that Eternal Fate have played in split 1, split 2, and even in the LCQ. But right now, we can't just go. We just have to admit that it's gonna be in that way. But Mr. Shooter, he went go up close and personal and gets brutally punished by the players of Helldivers. You can see playing on the rooftops, trying to find those upper angles and literally decimating everybody that is coming in front of them. Eternal Fate, they're into shambles.
They don't have any powering gadgets to run through the opponents. They have a little bit of resistance gadgets, but that's not enough. And Eternal Fate somehow started with Winch, and now the dreams put down to rest as the last player has been cleared off. And now with that, you emote out all of it, because Helldivers move to round 2. where they'll be fighting with IND, the most dominating team who have not lost a single map so far in our entire Split 1.
We have had this conversation before, Lucifer, that Helldivers, when they were dominating like that, we had that comparison that Helldivers can be that one team to put up that equal competition against Team IND. Yes, Team IND, they are one of the favorite teams, one of my favorite as well in the main event, but out of which Helldivers, with this kind of promising performance, this will be alarming the boys of IND that, we need to be very cautious of any kind of strats that we are planning.
Yeah, I really like. I think, as you mentioned, credit and kudos to the Helldivers squad, because the way they've pulled this off as contestants and the composition that they have and their gadgets as well, right? Very complementing of one another. You could see, as we spoke about the winch as well, it helped oneself and also the teammates, because that would stun. And every time that you would see the players of Helldivers, they would not bunch up together. There'll be two players tagging along with each other, roaming around, relaying information. And once there's an information that they've gained, right, they do not act upon it alone. They charge together as wild beasts, and when there are two fighting with one, it's always the two who have an advantage over the one. And even if that one picks off, right, it gets an immediate trade, so the numbers will be equalized. But always when Helldivers fought, it was them ending up on the advantage. Eternal Fate, even in this last round, as you could see, right, once they got spotted, Helldivers just chased them. They were literally like what happens when we there's insects jumping into your house, you try to push them out, chase them down. This was the same thing being done. Let's just right now hope that Eternal Fate have a chance to bounce back. Now, they did tread in a similar path when we spoke about the LCQ. They tried their best, things did not work out. Level 100 Yard went down, then they played in the upper qualifier, where I think B team put them down once. That B team issue happened, they went to the lower qualifier, and in the lower qualifier, what happened was them getting a chance to win. That's all.
Yeah, definitely. But overall, we can just see that this first match was really exciting and as the start of the main event. But as we are looking down for more amount of matches, we will be taking a little bit of short break, and on the other side, we'll catch you up with the next game. folks, we are back again with the Finals Community Cup. This is the main event, and now this time I have got Raider, my man, joining alongside me. It has been a wonderful first game that we witnessed, literally 2-0 for the scoreline, where Helldivers crushed the team of Eternal Faith, sending them down to the lower brackets. What are your thoughts about it?
Bit unfortunate, I would like to say. Eternal Fate, the way they have played in both Split 1 and Split 2, they had done some wonderful stuff, but eventually they failed to do it today when it comes to the main event, and that's exactly why Eternal Fate are now in the lower bracket. Helldivers on the other corner are going to go up against, if I'm not wrong, Team IND, which is even something more interesting. But even before that, guys, we have Warzone Nation versus B Team, who were again the triumphant ones from their own splits. B Team, to be precise, came from the LCQ. Warzone Nation on the other corner had the Derek spot from the Split 1. So B Team lately have shown their true colors for sure, but Warzone Nation, have they done enough homework? Have they had enough opportunity to like figure out what went wrong with them? That's exactly what I want to see. I mean, they did qualify from the Split 1, but they had one map of a setback. On the hindsight, if you see IND, they have been dominating from the very first map until the end of the finals of the Split 1. They were dominating. So I want to see what is going to be offered from both the sides.
Yeah. Talking about the roster this time, even for the side of B Team, Snappy Face, Water, Sadie Man, Mr. Beebs, and Best Slam. Consisting of this team, B Team has been good in their past matches. Yes, in the Split 1, they have been great. They have been doing wonders. They qualified till this stage, and that means a lot. From Split 1, yes, they got taken down in the semi-finals, but through the LCQ, they made it this far, and I'm really super proud for them. But talking about the map veto that we're going to witness for this second matchup of today's day, Sis Horizon is the first map that has been picked up by B Team, and War Generation, they have selected to go with Monaco and keeping Skyway Stadium as the decider.
Well, this is going to be fun to watch, no doubt in that. And as you can see, decider will go in Skyway Stadium, but we start with a very tricky map. B Team have done some good stuff when it comes to Sis Horizon, but we really want to know what War Generation is going to offer. And honestly, guys, counting in the fact that in Split 1 we didn't really saw a lot of Sis Horizon play, I don't know what kind of play Warzone Nation is going to establish due to the fact that it's B Team's pick. Attack is going to go in the favor of Warzone Nation. They have decided to go in fast. For the first half, they will obviously need to get some good rounds in their favor. At least 2 rounds should be in their name so that they can start off good and on different side as well. Kyoto and Las Vegas, this is the, I guess, conditional ban that we have seen in Split 2 as well, and in LCQ along with that. We've seen that Las Vegas and Kyoto are the least favorite maps to go with, especially in LCQ. Yes, there were a bit more Las Vegas approaches, but today, as we start of the day, in the first approach in this match number 2 today, we can clearly see Las Vegas being banned. Monaco on the inside is obviously going to be a favorite one, to be honest. In every single BO3 segment, we get to see Monaco coming through, so I'm happy about that. Crane action has not been that overpowering so far. We have seen underpass terminals where teams usually go in and get that excess of the terminal, and then the post-plan scenario comes through, post-decryption scenario comes through. So I'm looking forward to see if that is going to again get repeated or not.
Yeah, already Las Vegas, it's a different story for them, but for Sis Horizon, what we witnessed in previous Split 1, Split 2, LCQ as well, it has always been an interesting match. Yes, we haven't seen it as many times as what we've seen Monaco or Skyway Stadium like that, but even when it comes down to Sis Horizon, at one point we were like begging that please somebody please pick the Sis Horizon in the first 2 maps, and we want to see it. And from there to this point, Sis Horizon has been very beneficial for some teams, but for some it has been like a very doomed position. But if B Team they have selected, they have done very good job on the map of Sis Horizon itself, and they will be looking forward to kind of reciprocate the same game this time.
Yeah, they would be looking forward to get that advantage, but as we can see, Warzone Nation are deciding to go with 2 heavies, 2 mediums, and light. Nothing out of the blue. Textbook play. Talking about the terminals, we have study and lecture hall where the terminals will be available. Of course, the place can be changed, all thanks to the abilities. As I can see, Frozen Butcher is there with the winch claw. He can use that to drag it up in a different place. So let's see if that's going to be the case or not. We dive into the action, guys. Team Warzone Nation will be attacking for the first 3 rounds, and I'm absolutely hopeful for seeing something out of the blue, something interesting, some different type of strategies coming through. As you and Lucifer were casting, I believe that I remember the statement that today some unconventional approaches should be there. Something different, something out of the blue has to be there.
Yeah. Similar stuffs were done by Helldivers to surprise the players of Eternal Fate, as they had no answers to their vengeance that was literally, rained upon them. But when it came down to this match, again, War Generation, they have also been a very great team. Now, not to just say that they have done some wonderful job when it came down to their matches. So I do have a lot more expectations to them from their side, no questions asked. But for the side of the team, I mean, they had ample amount of time playing through the LCQs and everything. So we will be looking forward to kind of keep the momentum up, keep the same pace up in the main event as well. We're talking about on the attacking side. Yes, we see Wars Generation going all in, but B Team, they have got some solid defensive strats when it came down to the previous matches that we witnessed.
Yeah, B team I guess have evolved just like in the split 2, the way they were struggling initially. They have evolved a lot. B team is actually becoming the A team, but can they become the A team out here and fight against Team Havk in the near future and winners bracket round 2 matchups? But of course, for now, what we will witness is the action here in winners bracket round 1, match number 2. Well, they to see the heavy and medium coming through. Beautiful. So going to get utilized. A lot of equipments out there on the stage are being. But it's 4v4 for now. Both the teams loses one of their own. But still, no way close the decryption key and the terminal. That's the main important fact that Warzone Nation has to adhere to. They have to go ahead and get the decryption started or just wipe out the whole team of B team. What seems like the ideal fact. Oh, it's 3v3. RPG-7 in the hand. Butcher waiting to slay someone.
You just want to slam that RPG in front of somebody's face, and that's how the heavy guys play. Though, even after trying so many times, I could not have my hands set up on the heavy distance. So, can't talk much about it, but definitely at this point, Snappy Face, he has been very, very valuable for his team. But it came down to this position, starting man getting taken down by Swap. Is so quick, but the time will favor B team as they clinch the first round away.
Oh yeah. They were unable to approach the terminals, and at the end what happened was basically they ran out of the time. It was down to like the last 2 members from each side. I thought maybe they're going to conclude it, probably, but even B2 knew this thing, and that's why they were like, let's avoid the fight, let's just get that timer, get the upper hand for us. That's exactly what B team got. Now winning the first round is going to give them the motivation that they needed to start off the day. Since Horizon is not a map which you can fight in an easy pace, it's a challenging map, and that's exactly why it took a whole action of 3 days and 32 teams to bring into the picture. Okay, the light known as Water is giving up all the calls, all the info, and he's going to go ahead and get that light even lighter by lighting him up with the shots of his XP 54. Sonars available, the key is out there, they are getting the info, but now they need to punch in. I guess the other guys are also getting all the info queue that they do need. Let's see if the attack is going to be viable enough or not. They've already lost one. Here comes Equalizer. Warzone Nation also losing their way first individual. Oh my god, one more down. Ace and Swap, both of them are out. Water pretty low, but still intact enough to fight back. He is going to wait for 10 more sec so that he is back with 100 HP. Yeah, he is fighting now.
Daddy man on 151, definitely trying to go up front. Trying to get some more info about his surrounding areas, but that nade was really brutal. Didn't expect it to come along the way. More Generation drops down a single player. Joseph tries to get that RPG, but oh my god, he's barely surviving, but not for long. Though it was a 2v1 situation, but B team will be clinching another round in their bag as they move up to 2-0. And this is going to be the final round for the first half, where defensive side the sides will be swapped, and this is going to be the final round for the side of B team on the defensive half, where they will be looking forward for getting a clean sweep to ensure they move up to the next half, being on the map point.
It does feel like that a 3-0 score might come, because so far they have been moving like a hot knife out of the butter, because the way they're cutting rounds is something amazing. I mean, if you see, Water every now and then is coming with the flank, has got the cloaking in his favor, so with the help of those cloaks he can easily, I guess, evade the hunting eyes of his opponents, and make sure that he get all the info for the team. Now, of course, the round has been started. They are making sure that they shift a bit. The terminals should be well equipped so that their attack is going to fail. I am looking forward to see what B team is going to do here. Oh, they have been spotted once again. As you can see, shots being exchanged, presence being elaborated. The textbook play coming in from these lads are not working, to be honest. Look at this. Now, some beautiful shots have been exchanged. So far, Fawcett is the one who received a bit of a damage. Frozen Butcher, another heavy, is out there. Dematerializer. They're trying to bring that terminal onto the ground floor so that they can get equation. Oh, but look at this. The usage of terminal is not that on point, I believe. They're trying to break it away. They need to go with one more dematerializer, and finally, yes, they might start, but no! Due to the minus, one guy has already been taken down, another one falls short. That's it, guys. It's already a 3-5 equation. Terminal is running out. Bit tricky. They're guarding the key now. The key is on the ground floor. Putting up a lot of pressure, but one more goes down. It's 2v4 now.
Mr. Beeb seems to be so brutal monster at this point.
Oh my god.
He's just not letting anybody slip away. Snappy Face has got a Lewis gun. He wants to go up close and personal. That's a clean round, a clean half coming up from the side of B team. And yes, we have finally registered and we have come down to the point that this is a map point for themselves. If they win this round as well, being on the attacking side, they walk away with the 4-0 and back the first map away in this BO3 series.
Honestly, across the way was Nation performed in Split 1, it did feel like that they are going to be the commanding teams in the near future as well. But somehow, unfortunately, they are failing. Of course, there is still 4 more rounds left. There is still a reverse sweep possibility that might come through. And even if that didn't come through, I think there is a map possibility of Monaco and Skyway Stadium where these guys might bring the reverse sweep. Because that's the only option that they have got. If they fall short, they are going to go to the lower bracket. And we all know what happens in lower bracket. Complete chaos. No advantages you get. No second chances. Always a tremendous amount of pressure is going to be on your head that we might get eliminated now or in the next one. So the pressure is something which can be an added factor onto your loss out of the equation in the Finals Community Cup. This is the very first season, very first cup for the Open Qualifiers. We have seen 64 amazing teams, concluding both the Split 1 and Split 2. From there we got the LCQ, out of which we got the final 6 teams. The domes activated now, coming back to the action, guys. And decryption this time is again pretty quick. Defenders, they didn't know what is happening over there, and as we can see, once the decryption has been started, there are going to be a roll of shots, but ooh, this was good. RPG right on the face. B team loses there too.
Quick 2 down for the side of B team. They would like to just re-strategize what they are trying to do, but that being said, it's already down to 4-2 and the decryption got interrupted, and before even the players could stop it, deed was done. And with that being said, the first round that goes in the favor of War Generation is still on, keeping the game alive. Because if 3-0 half can be done by the players of PT, why can't War Generation do the same? That's a questionable thing, and probably by seeing the first round, it is quite evident that even on the defensive, how War Generation are still quite stubborn, that they will be looking forward to grab this rounds and maybe equalize, make it, maybe push it to a tiebreaker.
I'm looking forward to see if that is going to happen. War Generation definitely were like surprised with the way the decryption got started pretty early, but then the way that they were able to like get that interruption coming through was something amazing as well. So we can clearly see that War Generation is still in the game. They are not like out of the equation or surprised or like unable to figure out. It seems like that they are just evolving along the rounds. Yes, they have lost every single attack rounds, but defense, it went in their favor for the very first round as they were able to shut it down. Interruption came through. Now this 5th round, or should I say the 2nd round of this particular second half, is going to queue in. Terminal is still up there. After usage of so many dematerializer, the terminal is still out there. Do they have it? I guess maybe. No, actually it's down the floor.
They got all those points covered except the main point where the terminal is actually lying. So
yeah,
that's a little funny incident on the side, but oh, this is up close and personal. But the pair were taken down completely. War Generation looking forward to have some good momentum for themselves as they have already clinched the first round, but now they're also decimating the players of B team. Once again, some similar replays as what we are seeing what happened in the previous round.
Yeah, they start off with the loss. The Dome Shield is going to be effective enough. Mr. Beebs wants to be back with 125 as he's the heavy. He needs to step up at this pallet. 3v2. It's a tricky spot. Pretty low on HP. Spots one. One to take it away. Now what happens? Winch claw action comes through. For him in the near future. He might find a 1v2 as well. Is it enough? The question is it enough, guys? Well, the answer is not at all. There you go. Worst generation is not really the worst generation, as they are improving along the way.
That is the main concept. You need to keep improving yourself every round, every minute. Be on the top of this game, and you know your opponent is good because of that only they have made it to the top 6 teams out of those 64 teams those who have participated. But now the terminal place has been shifted once again. I would say that they were like B team were very unfortunate to not get the terminal down of what they planned. Yes, they got all the things corrected, but never expected the terminal to just fell down in that position.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you can just have that idea. They had got so many dematerializers used and in such a vast area. Even after that, they were wondering, why isn't the terminal coming down?
It seems like that they were trying to get it down, but eventually the placements of those dematerializer was not that on point. Now, I think we should leave that past. We will talk about that once we go to the caster test, but we want to see what happens in this one. Because if they lose this round as well, there will be an equation, then we will dive into the tiebreaker, which is not going to be good enough for B team as they have the complete advantage and they have been onto the match point for the first 2 rounds. Detection came through, but we can see the decryption going to get started pretty early, I believe. Oh, did they get it started or not? Position lost the first one. They are still trying to get the decryption started, and they've got it, but B team instantaneously loses 2 of their own. Mr. B's pretty low, Beslam also pretty low. We have 2 mediums, I believe, and 1 heavy fighting. The turrets are appointed. Mr. Beeves with the barrier meshes, making sure that he is going to get that 125 HP back. And yes, he is getting it. He's along the way. But he has been spotted. I believe some other guy from the team has been spotted. It's 3 equation. It's now 4v2. It's 3v2. Are they going to succeed? I think they can.
The decryption, and there's nothing they can do about it. And we move on to the tiebreaker. What an incredible comeback it has been for the side of Wars Generation, from where we thought that, yes, somehow B team, they have prevailed on the top. They have got some better game style and these strats as compared to what Wars Generation came up preparing themselves up. But after this kind of comeback, the consecutive 3 rounds going under their wear, being on the defensive half, has lifted up or maybe lighted up the sparks that were missing from the sides of Wars Generation. Bring it down. Yes, the sides will be swapped by Wars Generation. They will be on the attacking side, keeping B team in an advantage position.
That's a fact. Advantage has to queue in. If the advantage is not there for them, I think it is going to be a big trouble. And I believe the only advantage that these guys have got is that they have done some good stuff when it comes to their attack. Wars Generation needs to just build that momentum once again in this particular map as well. In this particular round, sorry. The map is the same. Tiebreaker is what we are having. The key needs to be there on terminal. B teams were surprised when it comes to their attack rounds, but their defense rounds were good, and now B team has got that defense round once again as the tiebreakers have switched the sides. So out here, I believe B team needs to just replicate that what they did in their first 3 rounds. Portal, Light is going through to get that portal in a good spot, and then eventually all the players will be relocating themselves. B terminal has been guarded by Heavy. He's readily available with the Lewis gun. We know how effective the damages can come through, and the better part of having a Heavy is how much he can tank up, how much he can soak when it comes to the damage coming in from Light and also the medium or even anyone else, be it a Heavy itself from the other side. But the key is closed. The detection came through with the help of sonar grenades. Shots being taken with the AKs. Vanishing bomb, I believe.
Oh, that was so close. Even Satiman gave a hefty amount of damage to the players of War Generation, and by that being said, one of the players has been taken down. The trades have still been exchanged, and the RPG slams up on his face, still managed to survive. At what cost? I don't know. How is that player still surviving? But War Generation, they're fighting it back. They're fighting it back for this map and for the series to be in their favor.
The cloaking always helps a lot. I mean, see, look at the particular Light. He was like down to like basically 20% HP, but Swap was able to completely bail out from that equation. That was good. Now it's 4v4, but the fact is, you have to go for the decryption, man. And if the decryption does not start, tricky spots are going to happen. You might lose them, and that's exactly what is about to happen. It's 1v4. The last man standing. Where is he? He's alive, I believe. He is running through. Won't run far as the timer is going to clutch him. Oh, he gets one, but not enough to get the map in their name. As in the tiebreaker, we have B team being the A team of this map of Sis Horizon, and they have definitely taken their pick in a fruitful way. And with that, we have the winners of this first map of Sis Horizon, guys, and it is, of course, B team.
Definitely a one-sided way of domination when it comes down to the defensive part. There is no questions asked on that every team who has had a great run in this particular map itself is on the defensive half. Let be Wars Generation, let be B team. Both the team got a 3-0 clean half on that defensive side, and for B team it's a 4-0 because they got the final round in their bag, being on the defensive half itself. So yes, Sis Horizon was the pick of B team, and they also got the privilege to start on the defensive half. And the fun fact is that B team will be starting on the defensive half in every map of the series. Even if it pushes down to Las Vegas as a decider, he will be starting on the defensive half as well. So yeah, for them it should be a great move that they can bag a lot more rounds for themselves from the very starting half. And the next map which is going to be in this series is going to be Monaco, and once again Monaco on the defensive half can be very promising for the side of B team, but for Wars Generation that's a do-or-die one.
Agreed, because Wars Generation is now down a map. They have not won the very first map that they have played, and eventually it was the pick of B team. So yes, they did wonders in it, no doubt on that, but their attack failed miserably. Both the sides, I would like to say. Both the sides were on a deficit when it comes to attack, and if there was an equation where in tiebreaker, maybe B team would be attacking and Wars Generation would have got their defense round in their favor, I think things would have been a little bit more similar. And it could have been team Wars Generation who could have won that particular map. But at the end, guys, let's talk about the MVP. What happened. But Snappy Face was definitely the pinnacle of a guy. The way he fought, the way he retaliated was something amazing. Now, I think the only reason, one of the best reasons for B team coming in from different stages, from split 2 to be precise, to the LCQ and then qualifying here in the main event is Snappy Face. Because every single time he outshines, the team wins. 10 amazing eliminations, 2 assists and just 2 deaths in 7 rounds, I believe, that we got to see. 5,320 is the combat score. That's again quite huge. So kudos to what he did. Now the question would be, is he going to replicate that in the next map or not?
Yeah, even for Mr. Beeves, he has also stepped up big time. Yeah, 10 eliminations on Snappy Face, kudos to it. But even Mr. Beeves being on the heavy, supporting, getting so many frags, using the hooks in the right time to go, pull the players out of from, why are you running? Where are you running? Come back to me. Let me get that elimination. So he did even a fantabulous job, and by that you can see him having 4 eliminations but 6 assists on his name. That is also very important when it comes down to the team contribution. On the other side of the game, we see from Wars Generation that Swap got 7 eliminations, 5 for Fawcett. Even for Butcher, he's got 5. Yes, overall the team performance was great for the side of Wars Generation when it came down to the defensive side. Even on the attacking side, they were giving a tough competition to the B team. But at the end, only one team reigned supreme. That is none other than B team, as you said, prevailing as the A team of that map.
Yeah, I mean, from the very first time we got to see them registering into competition, and the very first time we got to see them, it was the joke around us as casters that is B team the A team to perform and eventually get the best out of it. Seems like that, yes, they are, but performing in your own map pick is something else, and performing in your opponent's map pick is completely a different genre. Monaco is a map which has been played a lot, so I believe B team is not going to have that much of a difficulty. If it would have been like a map like a Kyoto or maybe Las Vegas, maybe in that particular scenario there would have been a difficulty for B team because they have not done a lot of I guess scrutiny in that particular map. But talking about combat scores, guys, we can see the buildings up high, the graphs up high for Snappy Face. Yes, there is one guy from their own team who was the least performing individual, with respect to the combat scores, but he was definitely readily available with the interruptions and also the decryption whenever it was required. But talking about the map veto, guys, Kyoto, Las Vegas, out of the question. P team has won the Sis Horizon that they have chosen. Now it's Wars Generation's turn to again get their pick in their favor and perform the way they performed in Split 1.
Yeah, probably this is the time where Wars Generation will be like, let's show them that we are generation. I don't know which generation, like Z or X, but we are the best generation, not the worst. Our name might be different, but hey, guys, we can buckle up. First match was close. It was not like one-sided way where we saw B team just walking away with the match. They put up a great show.
Yeah.
Yes, we have to admit it that the defensive side did had a lot of advantages spots to just hold the across angles, set up everything accordingly, and they got the map in that way. I can just say if the sides were not swapped, if supposedly War Generation was on the defensive side and B team were on the attacking side, the results could have been reversed. So yep, that does make a lot of changes. But this time, War Generation, if I am one of their players, I would have had this mentality that we'll not even try to push it to a tiebreaker. We will try to finish it as quickly as possible. 4-0.
For sure. I mean, if you get a 4-0, well and good for you. You are going to straight up fight against team which is there on the winners bracket round 2. I believe it's going to be Havk, because that's exactly where they're sitting right now. So B team would be looking forward to get that target in their name, as they have already won a beautiful map in their favor. Skyesports, one of the complex maps that we have in the finals. But again, coming back to the same thing, is it going to happen? Is there a possibility? Yes, but what will happen in reality? That's what we want to know. So patiently waiting to see what happens in the second map. We are waiting to see what are the complex builds that they're going to come through, because Wars Nation, they have decided to go with the textbook approach. B team also were not a big fan of like changing their builds or going with some different equipments or something like that, because we have seen from the very first start that they have I guess shown their inclination on heavies and mediums and lesser on lights. They just have, I believe, one light, and that's water. He has done some good stuff, no doubt in that. But snappy face on a medium, I believe, has even much of a value. So that's again an interesting fact for you guys. But now talking about the approaches, we have team known as One Nation in front of our screens, where they have decided to go with one heavy, 3 mediums, and a light, whose swap has got throwing knives to play with. It's going to be fun to watch how the play establishes.
Yeah, throwing knives, definitely Raider. It will be annoying for them, but when it came down to the attackers, yes, it can be beneficial. 3 mediums in the map of Monaco. Very interesting thought, very interesting composition for them. But B team, again, starting off on the defensive side, will be looking forward to grab most number of rounds for their favor, because pure defensive side, specifically in the map of Monaco, we do see a 2-1 scoreline in the first half, where attackers do have a slight bit of chance to clinch one round all to themselves. And when it comes down to Watch Generation, this is their map pick, so they will be looking not to mess up anything or by any chance, because from here on they want the 100% results for themselves.
They need to get it, man. Of course, if they want to win. Of course, if they want to qualify to the winners bracket. Because having the winners bracket obviously is going to add that advantage. But the portal, it is activated. They have spotter. One is the light. We are talking about water. And he is playing on defense. That means, I think, once again, B team would love to have that advantage in their favor. But the key is out there on the B terminal. It's pretty close to them. And with the cloak, this guy is still trying to check it out. I think at this point, B team can do one thing, and that is basically guard. They had no idea that the decryption has already been started. They were already initiating it. And as the objective, the B terminal has already been capitalized. They need to get some good openings. They need to get some good knockouts at this moment. Good frags. And that's exactly what they're getting. Ace has been picked off. 4v5. 40 more seconds to play and 40 more seconds to interrupt. That's a question from us into the approach. 3v5 for now. Turtles are definitely giving up a lot of are going to help them a lot. They are damages and making sure that they break the terminals. Yeah.
Already 1v4 situation, but that is it. Wars Generation, they won't be getting this first round at all, though they tried to put up a great show from their side. But B team will reign supreme this time.
Yep.
Getting the first round to themselves. This was the defensive side start, so definitely they will be looking forward to at least get all the rounds, make it a clean sweep to be in the advantageous position, to be in the driver's seat of this series, because they're already 1-0 up in the series in terms of maps. So if they win this one, if they even close it down to the series point, they win this Monaco, they will be walking away, and the B team will be looking forward to face Havk in the next matchup, which will be done tomorrow.
That's going to be fun to watch for sure, guys. But for now, what we want to see is how Worst Generation is going to retaliate. We all know what's running through the mind of B team, and it's basically winning with a 4. But what about for Worst Generation? I think what they are looking forward to get is basically that we are here from split 1. We have already qualified from the very first split, so they would love to maintain that reign of terror in the lobby, maintain that reign of terror in the minds of their opponents, that we are the pioneers of this equation and we are here to like rule against you. But that is only going to happen when your attacks are fruitful. You can't be fruitful only in defenses, because once the tiebreaker comes through and if you are on the attack once again, you might fall down, and that tiebreaker is going to be upset for you. That has happened in the past. So let's wait and watch. Something good should happen over there, but they are approaching the A terminal, which is out there in open space. The damage is queuing in with the help of elevator. The heavy was out there, but trust me, the heavy is going to sustain that kind of damage. It's not like heavy is going to get compromised that easily. Goo canisters, goo walls are readily available. Timer is running low. 1 minute and 4 seconds to get that decryption started.
Oh my god, this was a really, really sneaky move from the side of water. And of course, we got that brilliant frag in their favor. We're talking about that. And the other players are being spotted. Snappy Face wants to go up close in person once again, but the retaliations have been done by the players of Worst Generation, as they have taken down one of the players of B team, and now they're down to 2.
2v4 it is. Attackers miles away from the decryption. Oh no, it's the last man standing. The name is Fawcett, and I feel he's down to like 8 HP. Winchclaw, and that's it. Kaboom! There you go. Now that's a mean finish, guys. Winchclaw, drag him up close and then shot him away with a melee. That's always mean to watch. But Worst Generation is getting the meanest face of B team right now, because B team, they're out there to win. They're out there to like close it up with the 2-0 when it comes to the BO3 equation. They don't want this competition to get dragged to the decider, because it could turn out against them. So this is the best thing that they can do, and that's exactly what they are aiming for. They've got 2 rounds. They need to get 1 more so that the map point, or should I say series points queue is in.
Time for some good action, because this time one of the terminals is settled down in church. So you know when it's in church and when you have got heavies, it's all out for destruction. Nobody cares about the real estate being taken down because they are all out for the demolition purpose. And all the heavy players, they are, if you ask them what gives you that I would say motivation to play on the heavy contestants, they will be probably saying that we love domination, we want to wreck things apart, and that's why we play on those heavy builds.
They love the destruction, they love the chaos. Oh my god, B team losing their very first individual. Not a very good scenario. Swap out there on a line. He's also willing to like get it done, but Ace goes down. That's unfortunate. With the help of Dematerializer, now with the Dome Shield, they are both covering it up and eventually getting the decryption started with description being started. The Chaos Brews. Heavies are approaching, barricades are being set up. Defensive covers are coming through. FCAR, AKs, Thomases, everything is getting delivered, but it's now a 3v3 equation. I guess they have more than enough time to get that interruption started. That's exactly what they're aiming for, probably.
Oh, Satiman is checking up all the corner position. Yes, Doom Shield was activated and everything will be wrecking apart. The interruption came into the question and there is nobody who can stop it as B team. Again, a clean half for themselves being on the defensive side, and now they're on the series point for sure. They're on the map point, they're on the series point, but now the sides will be swapped where Worst Generation will be on the defensive hub, and now B team once again has to come down attacking and securing the decryption in their favor.
I think it's pretty tough now for Worst Generation. They are already under immense pressure because of the fact that they've lost the first map. But along with that, they have also lost the first half as well. You can literally see that it's a 3-0 equation. Pretty tough. And Monaco is a map which is wide open. Yes, there are certain buildings, certain, I guess, paths where you can rotate from. But I want to see what B team is going to do when it comes to their attack, because they have done some wonderful stuff also in the past in the same exact map. Fawcett, he is bringing the terminal down to the lowest floor so that they can guard it, so that they can make sure that they get the upper hand. And from the roof, from the upper angles, they can easily shut their opponent out. Faucet pretty low now. Swap and the other guys are making sure that the key is not going to reach the terminal. But it seems like that is not going to happen that easily. Light versus light. Massive damages from the sides. The light had to evade as he was pretty low was initial losing their first one.
Swap, he is already on down to 69, but hey, the shots are being exchanged. Ace King also needs to swap his position. B team, they're in the driver's seat for now, as they have got 2 players taken down. Some retaliations came from the side of Wars Generation, making down to a 3v3. A very doable situation, if you ask me. Wars Generation are there for this kind of vengeance. You can see the players there barely surviving. Sadly, man, he will be going up close and personal this time, but Ace, he finds a safe spot for himself to just regain his health. But B team, still very cautious. Very, very cautious about their movements.
They know the fact that the timer is running low. They have key pretty close to the terminal, but how would they get that key into the terminal? That's the main question right now. With the help of Famas, we can see some beautiful shots being attained onto the individual, but they were unable to get that knockout. Have they spotted one? I think yes, it's pretty much possible. Yep, they have spotted one. It's the HP that we're talking about. RPG-7 right on the face. No barricade is going to stop it. Well, the terminal interruption has to be there. It seems like that it is not going to be the case. It's down to one last man. The name is Beslam against Ace, who is a light. HP is low. He is stuck in the decryption, but needs to get him away. 10 more seconds. I think what the light is going to do is just play time. No, this should have not happened. That's it, bro. You just lost your map. I think out here, everything is going to change. Out here, everything is going to be out of the hands, I believe. It's a light versus a medium, I believe. 250 HP, Beslam. Yeah.
You know what? Yes, was so low in a low HP that he had to move back, and Beslam had a better read of all those things. And finally, B team, what an exceptional performance by these lads as they clinch this map of Monaco as well as the series in their hand to move up and play against Team Havk in the next round. But sending War Generation down to the lower bracket, it's going to be really interesting to see who is going to be their opponent in the next matchup. But for surely, War Generation, the kind of competition that they really tried to pull through in the first map of Sis Horizon that did not reciprocate in their own picked map of Monaco, they came down in shambles. We have to say that this was a great matchup that was done. The mistakes were rectified by B team in a very quick basis. That's why they have won the series with a 2-0 scoreline.
I mean, we know for a fact that Monaco was the pick for Worst Generation, but there is another fact. B team has played far many matches, in the Split 2, in the LCQ, and also currently in the, I guess, main event. In the map of Monaco, I think every single team feels a bit comfortable, just like Skyway Stadium, because these are the two maps which have been played a lot. People know what are the stats, both in attack and also in defenses, what they need to do and how they need to play, how the outcome could change. That's exactly what B team utilized. They utilized those strategies in their favor. This last round that we got to witness was a bit close. I thought maybe Ace is going to clutch it away. Maybe he's going to save the day for the team. Maybe one more round is what we are going to see, but that didn't happen because the other side, Beslam, he was waiting for that exact moment, and I guess we were down to like just last 10 seconds, and that's exactly where the decryption came in. So that was pretty interesting as well. Yeah,
8 seconds it was, if I'm not wrong, when he again, like, at first it was last 10 seconds he started to go for the decryption, then he just threw it away. No, Ace came into the question. He needed to give him some damage or maybe take him down. At first he did so much vital damage that Ace was forced to flush away from this position, use the jump pad, go back to the rooftop, and he had a great read of that sound. That yes, he has used his jump pad to go up. It will some more time to come down, and that is enough for him to start the decryption, and he did it exactly. Water, with 5 eliminations, will be the MVP of this match of Monaco from the side of BT with a combat score of 2,206.
Wow.
So, not a great, not a huge combat score as compared to what we have witnessed in the past matches, but again, it's effective.
Also, there is a fact that we just got to see 4 rounds. That's all. In 4 rounds, 2,206 damage is also pretty low, I believe. Yes, I agree with your facts, but at the same moment, if the storyline would have been stretched a bit, like we would have seen 5th, 6th, and 7th round as well, maybe the combat score would have improved. But at the end, if 5 eliminations and 3 deaths is effective, kudos to that. Water did it the job on a light. This guy is definitely phenomenal with the XP that he had. XP 54 to be precise in the hand. He was just on point. And if you see Mr. Beebs out there with 2 frags and the man of the moment, man of the hour, best lamb, 3 frags from his corner as well. From the other side, IND Fawcett didn't even open up. 0 frags. Bit disheartening.
Yeah. Fawcett, who was in one of the top 2 fraggers in the previous match of Sister Ryzen,
Yeah.
coming down to 0, it's disappointing. But even Mr. Beebs has dropped down to only have got 2 eliminations. We can't say much about him as well. I would say he had a lot more finishes in terms of assist. He has contributed even in the past match, even in this match as well. You can see 4 assists on him. So again, if your team wins, that's all what it matters. But Beslam, look at his combat score. My God.
3,377, indeed the highest skyscraper that we have got in this combat score
Great
comparison
numbers.
area. Yeah, indeed. Interesting numbers, so for sure. Fawcett, 645 combat score, 0 finishes. Of course, you can see what went wrong. But apart from that, I think Swap, Ace, these are the 2 individuals who also didn't really open up a lot. 1 frags each was something that they got, I believe. Joseph, Jolly, Whitey, and Frozen Butcher, that was something amazing what they offered from the corner. And I got to see Frozen Butcher with the, if I'm not wrong, throwing knives available. But the usage didn't came through. I guess at the last moment they were able to switch it up, because we didn't really saw a lot of throwing knife action coming in from any sides, to be honest. So maybe there was a switch up in terms of equipment and specializations coming through. But yes, B team now officially are going to move forward in the winners bracket round 2, where Havk is waiting patiently for them. I believe they would be watching the stream. They would be learning what Mr. Beebs and individuals like Beslam are capable of, because there are certain individuals who have turned the game out of the hands of a lot of amazing teams. But now, guys, we have the winners bracket round 2 updated. We have IND versus Helldivers up next, and then tomorrow we'll get to see Havk versus B team. On the lower bracket, yes, we do have Wars Generation versus Eternal Fate, and of course the next matchup is going to be the losers of winners bracket 2 and winners bracket round 1.2. So we need to know what happens over there. But for now, the competition definitely looks quite on par, man.
Yeah. Already, the brackets looks very, very promising. Yes, Wars Generation will be facing Eternal Fate in the first lower bracket, round 1. That we will be seeing tomorrow. But right now, the next matchup is going to be Team IND versus Helldivers. One of the most anticipated matches that I really wanted to see. These 2 teams in the contention, Team IND and Helldivers. I mean, I had a kind of comparison between both these teams when it came down to the split, where we saw Helldivers literally competing and defeating every team that is coming their way. But you know, we'll have all these discussions on the later part of today's day as we take a very short break to come up next with the next matchup. Hi, folks, we are back with the Finals Community Cup. This is the first day of the main event, and right now we've already witnessed two best matches already.
Yep.
After getting two teams going down in the lower brackets, it's all down to the next round. The first match of round number 2 of the upper brackets are going to start very shortly as we see Team IND versus Helldivers getting against each other. A lot of expectations, a lot of speculations were made about these two teams that,
Yep.
Team IND were definitely the favorites by the starting of this tournament, and after that, when the tournament proceeded, we went to the split 2. Helldivers also became one of those favorites to go and compete against Team IND to settle a debate that they might be the second Team IND of this entire Community Cup.
I mean, I think they are looking forward to make their own name. So let's have a look at it. What happens next, guys? Remember, the first two action is done. It's Team IND versus Helldivers that we need to know, and of course, who is going to win? They are going to straight up qualify for the winners bracket finale. Oh my god, that's again pretty challenging. That's again pretty interesting to talk about, to be honest. But now, let's talk about the versus between Helldivers versus IND. This is going to be fun to watch. From Helldivers, we have Hamster, Zaze, we have Maul, we have Max and Huddy to come into the picture. From the Team IND, we have individuals like Arav, Jitsu, we have Muku, we have Zero, we have Buzz.
Again, two rosters have already settled up with their matches. As we see that Helldivers, they had a great run against their opponents that they faced today earlier in this day. And when it came down to this game of Team IND versus Helldivers, they were looking forward. Yeah, we are pretty confident. Eternal Fate, they are down. They are in the lower brackets. We have defeated them, and we have started the day with a win after having a good break. Because after Split 2, we had the LCQ, in which, yes, Helldivers were not a part of it. Eternal Fate was there, but even after that, they got taken down in a very brutal way. It was not even, we can say, a tough competition between both the teams. It was all a one-sided way of domination in which Helldivers clinched the series in their name.
I think we got to see a beautiful chaos coming in from Helldivers. They were ready for the action. They knew what they need to do. Eternal Fate, on the hindsight, they were losing one individual. I mean, there were substitutes coming from their corner, and maybe that is something that changed their playstyle. As we had a very clear look on what Eternal Fate did, there was a different type of playstyle coming through. We got to see no need utilities being utilized. We got to see a pretty defensive approach even on the attack rounds from Team Eternal Fate. So yes, there were certain things that were going wrong, but now let's dive into the action of what IND can do and what Helldivers need to offer. IND, they have started the approach of unconventional approaches. They were the first team, I believe, who were, I guess, there were 3 heavies in a particular build, and just 1 medium and 1 light, I believe. That's what they were choosing, and the way they played on those heavies was something amazing. I mean, we know that heavy is someone who can sustain a lot of damage, but we also know that the maneuverability issue is pretty evident. But these guys on heavies, they were just so amazing. They were just totally bashing the whole lobby out, and I believe in Split 1, they just lost 1 map, and that too in the finale. Guys. Just 1 map. Not 1 map literally, but 1 round, I believe. Yeah. Not even a single map, guys. It was just a single round of a hiccup that IND faced. Helldivers on the other corner have their own ups and downs. Now, against IND, will they be able to compensate? Will they be able to compete? That's what we want to see.
Yeah, Team IND, they were the first winners of Split 1 of this entire the Finals Community Cup. And when you are winners, when there is a tag that you have won a certain split, there always comes a big responsibility on your shoulders that you need to live up to that name. You have to live up to that braggings that all you have received after winning that particular phase. But now it's a very important matchup. We see Helldivers being on the attacking half, on the attacking side, while Team IND will be on the defensive side. It seems Team IND, they haven't been in the action for a longer period of time, and yes, they've played in Split 1, and after that Split 2 LCQ. A lot of things happened, and IND were not a part of it because they have already made up to this stage. So now it's a very big testament for them. Are their hands all warmed up for this main event?
Oh yeah, that's what you want to know, because there is another team like Warzone Nation from Swift One who failed to show that kind of play into the main event. IND is not such team. Oh, Zero? He decided to play on Crane, but we all know what happens over here. It's a place which has been readily, I guess, informed about, and everybody knows where the place could come through. So Monaco is a map where you can't really go with the same strategies now. You need to build some new, and that's exactly what these players are trying to do. Apex on the other corner was damaging it out a lot, but Helldivers, they already lose their first one. Was that a swing of a 360 and eventually with that SR84 combination, guys? That was fun. That was very, very epic.
Yeah.
What?
Team IND, they are just trying to reciprocate the same damage that they are dealing with, because one of their players have been taken down as well. Some good retaliations came up from the side of Helldivers, but Space is again all alone
Oh,
with the key. He wants to just be in some better position, but FaZe has dealt a lot of damage, dropping down to 51. Not a great side to be in. Still getting shot from multiple directions. It's never easy to survive, and he's barely surviving on 5 HP. Seems to be very, very uncertain of where he is, but you can just kind of get an idea that
oops.
Team IND, they had all the annihilation coming on their way and just
Yeah,
leaving him all alone.
two heavies, one light. Actually, two lights and one medium to play with. FaZe, Max, Hadi. What will they do to compensate what IND is offering? Now, IND is playing on defense right now. We know that it's going to be very interesting to watch how the play gets, I guess, reciprocated. They have the Winch Claw as a specialization. If you talk about the weapons, they have got interesting usage of
Hmm.
the Lewis gun, and RPG 7 is available. Dome shields are available for them. So I think IND is out here to win. And the way they have opened up this map of Monaco in the very first round, it's pretty clear, it's pretty evident of what IND has to offer from their corner. Helldivers, yes, they were able to compensate initially. It was basically a 5v4 equation, and instantaneously there was a comeback coming in from Helldivers, and they were able to put one down from IND. It was Apex, I believe, who got shot down through the building, but it was not enough. From there, we got to see no losses from IND, but absolutely cascade fall, a snowball movement for Team Helldivers. So I think there is a certain advantage that IND is getting when it comes to their defenders half, but I want to see what they will do in their attack, because their combination is three heavies. Let's see how fruitful they're gonna be.
Yeah, IND's gameplay kind of reflected that uh, it doesn't matter that you haven't played in a tournament for a week or so, but the grind was on in the back ends, the homework was there,
Yeah.
and that's why they have come prepared about it. That yes, we are all confident that we will be winning this series no matter what. This is our first match in the main event, and Team IND, when you have got all those braggings up, all those fan base. I mean, there are supporters for Team IND, those who have been like, yeah, this team is quite strong and they might
Wow.
win this community cup. I've already heard about these kind of stuff from the players in the circuit that yeah, Team IND is a team to look out for in the main event. So they're just living up to that expectations and the name that yeah, if people have these kind of hopes from us that yes, we are a team that everybody should watch out for, we should be performing that particular manner itself to literally show and live up to their expectation that yes, you
Mhm.
you have to look out for us in the main event because we are here to win this community cup.
Yeah, IND is here, showing themselves, proving themselves, but it has just been the first round. I think things might change. Monaco is a map where I think yes, teams feel comfortable, but at the same point, it can go anywhere. It can go in the hand of IND, it can go in the favor of Helldivers. But if IND gets this map with a 4-0, at that point, yes, the whole lobby, the whole main event equation will get to know, the whole audience will get to know that IND is here to slam their door, and eventually wide open is going to be the case for them for winners bracket final. And then I think even in the winners bracket final, they might beat their opponent and eventually go to the grand final. When I saw them for the very first time in the split one, I was like, yes, there is a very big probability that they might go to the main event. But I guess today's play is something which can tell us either they're going to go into the grand final or not. Because if IND is starting to like have some struggles against their opponent, if IND is losing certain rounds and then coming back to the picture, or are they winning deciders in their name, that will showcase that maybe IND is falling short and maybe there are some weak spots where IND can be shut down for the other teams to exploit. But so far IND has shown no signs of weakness, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, we just got one round to see, and from where that particular point of view, we are
Yeah.
letting you guys know about, yeah, these are the thought process that is going in our heads, that they haven't made any such mistakes. The holding positions there were brilliant. They're on the defensive side, so they are trying to just be close to those terminals and get the frags out. So, in the perspective of Helldivers, they have
Yeah.
probably kind of realized that we can't let the key be in another area. Maybe that's the first round, and it's the first time they're playing against Team IND, so they don't have a lot of clue that this team plays like this, or this is the kind of strategy. If they have done the homework from split one, I really don't think that Team IND will be continuing with the same flow of what they have done in split one. They will have some unorthodox or the trump cards that they are yet to showcase. Probably this is the
Agreed.
best stage from where they start showing off their hidden cards and hidden strats to just to reach the finals, grand finals of the Community Cup.
Yeah, pretty much, because they are sticking to the same builds that they were playing on the split one, and they are just looking good at it. To be honest, they are building something different, but at the same point, I guess we can clearly see that they are just utilizing the same stars that they were utilizing in split one as well. There is nothing out of the blue coming in from IND, but we all know that it's just the first round that we got to witness, so things might change if Helldivers push them to the brim. If that is not going to be the case, maybe IND is just going to outshine themselves with the same exact strategy that they were using in split one. But if that happens, man, I am pretty sure that the whole lobby needs to figure out, the whole team of Helldivers needs to figure out that they have to do the homework if they're fighting against teams like IND. Because if IND is exploiting the same strategy that they were exploiting in the split one, that means you have learned nothing. That means you have got no weak spots to hit on, and they are not pushing IND to improve more. You're not pushing IND to build something new into the picture. No second decisions are going to queue in, because IND is just approaching with their textbook approach, and they are just fruitful on it. So that's good for them. It is working for them. I think they are going to continue with it until unless teams like Helldivers or maybe some other team who is going to be there in the winner bracket qualifier, if there is a possibility that IND might qualify to the final. If there is another team who is there in the final, if they can push them, or Helldivers currently can push them out of the equation, push them to the brim, push them to the extreme, then maybe IND might break down or may improve.
Yeah, probably. I think if this is just the first round, we don't know even what Helldivers have in their pockets to
Yeah.
showcase us. So I really think that, as you were talking about the testing of the level or the heat that they want to showcase as Team IND, I believe Havk is one of those opponents that Team IND would love to face off against, because they are also the split 2 champions. So a champion against a champion is always something that everybody craves for. And yeah, sooner or later they might just meet in this entire upper bracket system, because if IND wins, they will be going towards the upper bracket final, and the next matchup that will be B team. Like tomorrow, we're going to see Havk versus B team, out of which the team who wins will be going up forward to face Team IND or maybe Team Helldivers, who wins this series in the upper bracket final itself. But right now, the main kind of concern that comes in my mind is that what if Havk gets taken by B team? What if Helldivers? This is just the first round that they got, and I mean they lost. But what if they also defeat IND and send both the split winners down in the lower brackets?
Oof, that is going to be fierce, honestly. If that happens, that is going to be fun to watch as a caster, as an audience. We would love to see that happening, but it's all depending on both the teams are going to play, how IND is going to outshine, how Helldivers is going to shut them away. We need to know what happens over there, but I guess we will be back after a short break, so stay tuned. Don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be back shortly. Well, folks, again, welcome back to the Finals Community Cup. Hi, Raider. Along with me, we have Necros on the desk, and we are once again looking forward to see what IND is capable of and how Helldivers can push them back. We are talking about the winners bracket round 2, and so far, IND has already won the first round. I believe we are going to see what happens in the second one. Any comments on that, Necros?
Oh, I feel like, yeah, the first round, it's fine. Like 1-0 is the scoreline. And as soon as we move down, we'll have like, I just want to say that we should not judge anybody's gameplay by just first round, right?
Sure.
Even when it comes down to us, when we are playing a ranked game, it is like the first round, yeah, we lost. Maybe the 2 rounds we lost, but then the comeback, arrives. The motivation from inside comes. Hey, Necros, you can do it. You can just win this match. But I really believe that similar stuffs might happen to the players of Helldivers as well. While IND, they have definitely got the first round. They seem to be very confident and strong. But have to see how things turn around, because when the sides will swap, it might also happen that Helldivers winning 3-0 on their defensive half, making it a clean sheet and pushing it to a tiebreak, it can also happen.
Agreed. Because IND is currently fighting on a defense side, the first 3 rounds can be comparatively easier for them because of the side that they have got. On the hindsight, yes, of course, in attack, maybe IND might fail because of the fact that they are playing on 3 heavies yet again. 3 heavies, I think 2 is good, 3 is way more. Let's just say this. So let's see how IND is going to make it effective in the main event, because in Split 1, teams were different. There was a different territory that they had to fight with. Now in the main event, if you just try to compare what happened in Split 1 and know what happened after that in Split 2, there was a gap of, I believe, 3 to 4 days in between Split 1 and Split 2. And in Split 2, we got to see even more fierce competition, bit more of a tiebreakers coming through, bit more of a decider maps also coming into the picture. Also, Las Vegas came into the picture, which was not even considered in the Split 1, to be honest. And Kyoto was starting to get banned. People were trying to explore new realities, new maps, and new possibilities into the game. Same could happen in the LCQ, and that's exactly what we got to see in LCQ as well. Even more Las Vegas came into the picture. Some of those teams which we thought that they are going to qualify, like Lethal Force, they failed to do anything amazing there. And now coming back to the fact what might happen in the main event is something different from Split 1, Split 2 and LCQ as well. As we move along the way, there has been a certain evolution, but IND has stick to the same strategy that they were utilizing in Split 1, as they were not part of the Split 2 and LCQ, because they were straight up here with the ticket to the main event, that too in the winners bracket round 2 to be specific, because they were the first winners. So IND had every single advantage that they needed, and it's a well fought advantage that they got. Now continuing that, they have to climb 2 ladders, to be honest. First of all, win this one, round 2, then move on to winners bracket final and be there in the grand finals. What happened in the grand finals is a completely different thing. We will get to know that on 19th, I believe, on 18th, sorry. So on that day, of course, the realities will come to a scenario where IND might lose, IND might win, of course, given the fact that may IND secure the final spot as well.
Yeah, it can happen, and I won't be surprised if IND reaches the grand finale just by being in the upper brackets. But hey, there's still a big story to tell, because this is just one of the matches, the round 2 of the upper brackets. There's still the upper bracket finals before we move on to the grand finals, and you never know which team is going to advance from this match. It can be Helldivers, it can be IND, though we are pushing IND because yes, they are the fan favorites somehow. But Helldivers with those improvised performances that they've already been showing us from the Split 2 itself is still maybe giving us a space that we can say that even Helldivers have a good chance. So it's very hard to tell right now about what things are going to go, but I'm also excited about the next matchup that, I mean, tomorrow that we will be seeing that Havk will be taking on B Team. That matchup is also really important, because B Team against Team Havk is also one of those contention that I don't think is going to be that easy for B Team specifically, because Havk had got some great fragging power, fragging department. They've got some very skillful players in there. There is Killua, there is Hades. They have been very experienced PC gaming professionals. They have been playing a lot of FPS from a longer period of time. Even all the players have been playing, but these are those renowned faces that we have seen overall from the past. So that experience, that skill set does make a lot of difference when it comes down to the younger players or the younger team.
Agreed, definitely that is going to make a dent, but let's just wait, man. I think the anxious nature of us as a Casa is increasing, I believe, as we wait, as we try to decipher what might happen, what might not happen. But at the end, it's all about what these 10 individuals can do in the map, how they will perform, what will they do, what different strategies they will try to use and utilize. Helldivers, I think this is the very first time when Helldivers are coming in front of IND. They've lost their first round, but it was an attack round, so it's still justifiable. Continuing that, they should win at least 1 or 2 rounds, I believe, in the attack half, so that they have a better advantage against IND in the second one. Yes, they will be starting as a defenders once the sides get switched, but even on defense side, playing is not going to be easy enough. It is one of those equations where you have to wait for your opponent to push in, where you have to wait for your opponent to make some moves and get some space against them and eventually put them down. So yeah, second half is going to be a little bit better, I believe, for Team Helldivers, but they have to start off by opening at least 1 or 2 rounds in this first half. That's what I believe.
Yep, definitely that. Out of this 3 rounds that you get in the first half, at least if you're on the attacking side, tagging 1 is also better just to keep you in the contention. If you get 2, then it's just a bonus for you. As always, I say that if you get 2 rounds in a map where you know the defensive half does have a bit of advantage, it is always a bonus round for you, and you can use it to have a little bit of benefits when the sides get swapped. You switch down to the defensive side, you get 2 more rounds in your favor, the first 2 rounds itself, and you're the winner of that particular map. So that's how I believe the up their game. But you know what? I believe the players are still facing some technical difficulties, and we will be back after a short break.
finally we are back with the cup is up here. IND versus Helldivers. IND has been good. They have released the first one. But can they continue? Can they continue to get more? That's what we want to know.
Have to see how it goes. A lot of wait, a lot of time that has been passed after the first round got underway.
Yeah.
Indeed, they are definitely they had a break to re-strategize the mistake that was done. And look at the way they started off. An RPG onto the face of one of the players of Helldivers to get them taken down. Right now, numbers advantage again lies in the hands of Team IND as we see. Yes, Hamster got taken down, but eventually Maul with some beautiful sprays, trying to make some good connections. He has got an ally just beside him, but is it enough to stop the players of IND?
Maul out there is putting up stickers on the rooftop, man. 3v5 already. Lost one more. Hamster has been picked off. FaZe has been picked off now. It all trickles down to the last 3 individuals. Sonar grenades. They have got the info that yes, the players are approaching at 0. Ooh, lovely SR ready for shot connecting. Maul pretty low, down to like 35% HP. 35 HP to be precise, not percent. So I think yes, Helldivers might just lose one more. Oh, the decryption has been sorted. This was a sneaky one. Next 60 seconds, IND is pacing towards the A terminal, sorry. Oh, did he find one more? Indeed he did. Who was that? Was it Huddy? Oh my god.
I don't think that is any subjective matter because it seems like there's a spotted Max
go,
with
let's
the
go.
RPG. What? He used the hook to get the terminal outside, try to pump up the RPG onto the face, but look at the retaliation. He's got buzz, but that's it. That's
Easy.
it for the Helldivers and Team IND. They will be walking away with the second round.
Oh yeah. Well fought, I would like to say, for Helldivers.
Yeah.
Interesting approach. They lost the first 2, but their hopes were up. They decided to go on the underpass and got that terminal decrypted. I mean, started the decryption to be precise. They were unable to get that decryption done successfully because the interruption came through as the last 3 individuals were taken down. But it was pretty fun to watch what Max did over there with the winch claw. Maximum efforts are coming through for sure from Helldivers. It's 2-0, as I said initially on the caster deck as well, that we need to have at least one round in the name of Helldivers in this attacking half of theirs. Otherwise, things are not going to be comfortable. Toxic gas canister. Alright, there you go. They have appointed it. Just lost a bit of his HP, 10 to be precise, but there is a jump pad also activated over there, I believe.
That's have been said it well.
Yeah.
That's all what I want to say. 90. You can see the difference in the approaches or maybe the mindset of the players. Team IND, they are all prepared. Even if the decryption gets started, we are in a position or we are in place where we can play after the decryption has started and we can even take them down. There is no questions asked. But the steady approach from Team IND seems to be a new set of gameplay that we are seeing. Not what we have seen in Split 1. For surely. Now Helldivers losing their first one. It's a really alarming position, but Max trying to escape, trying to find the first value. He's got a Leo's gun on his hand, but eventually will he be able to find one? Probably yes, probably the second one as well, but the shots are still being exchanged from both the ends.
I mean, for the longest time period, he was there with the glitch trap intact onto him. In the toxic gas, in that firing straight. What was that? Losing 2 of their own that rapidly? His is pretty low. Yeah, he got some frags, but now he has been casualized. Okay, it's actually down to the last one individual. A light versus light. Decryption has to be started. Helldivers, what a way to fight back on attack if they're doing this. I don't know what they're going to do on the other side. But
Wow.
IND, they lost their round. Well, as I said, the main event has to be different. Helldivers is putting up their mean face as well.
At one point, I really felt like, okay, this is another round that is going on the way of 90. But that was a really good retaliation coming up from FaZe and all. Because the 2 frags that he took away from that particular point was... That was the changer, I believe. If even one player would have survived, this round could have been gone in the favor of Team IND. No questions asked. But right now, sides have swapped. Team IND, they are definitely in a 1-round advantage for sure.
Yep.
But Helldivers, how are they looking up to it? Because now they're on the defensive side.
I think IND on attack needs to be on par, but they have heavies. Actually, IND today have not decided to go with 3 heavies, guys. We were wrong at that point. They have 2 heavies, 1 light and 2, actually 2 lights and 1 medium, I believe. So even IND is now switching their combinations a lot because they do know that in the main event things might change for them. Has got the RPG-7 in the hand. Muku is the one which is receiving a lot of shots, but oh my god, in this close area he's going to go with the RPG-7. Porter's charge and slam activate. He's going to put his opponent away maybe, but no, that's not the case. Gets blasted with the RPG-7 right on the face. Last 3 individuals, 2 lights, 1 heavy to play with. With the sonars, they have detected that there's a competition over there. There's a component from the other side. Let's see if that competitor is going to shut them away or not. Okay, they spotted one. I believe the heavy can be put down, but he instantaneously bought in that barrier mesh. He can come.
Oh, look at this damage. Zitsu gets taken down. Max barely survives on 14. Where is the last player sneaking? Where is the other players that we can just witness? Team ID down to a single 0. He's also on the sniper, not having a lot of clue to play along with. Shot getting connected. But Max gets taken down. What?
He meaned
A
him.
shot by 0.
Wow. That was good. Now it's again light versus light. Just like the previous round. And he is attacking now. It was one of those rounds where they were defending and they failed. Now the key is going to get guarded for sure, I believe. They need to get that decryption started as soon as it's possible. And he is doing it right here on the A terminal. Where's the light? Oh, the decryption has been started out here. Evasive dash activated. Utilize 2 evasive dashes over there. But he has to spot his opponent. Ah, he did! 0. No shots connected. XP versus SR. 2 of the best weapons that you can have on a light. What do you think, Necros? Who's gonna win?
Oh, it's very hard to say, Raider. Decryption is getting
wait.
intervened right now. The interruption is here.
What?
What a shot!
Lovely!
No way!
Nice.
Whoa! That was a crispy shot onto the face of the last player. Well, literally, Helldivers would have thought that, yeah, finally this is the time that we get a second round, boys. But no, Team ID says nope. 0 says nope. Even if I have a sniper, it's more than enough to get you guys down.
You can put a hurdle in our face, but you can't stop us. That's the motto of IND. The hurdle was the previous round that they lost, but eventually the latest round we got to see the very first attack round of IND. They were again down to the last man standing, but 0 was like, I'm going to be the hero of this show. And he secured the play. The beautiful, beautiful flick of NSR 84. They have to just repeat that. Rinse and repeat is what IND needs. They have to win this one so that they can make sure that they go ahead and get the first map in the name. The first shot, I believe, was connected, maybe. 0 on the other corner is a bit low. He's receiving a lot of shots. And evasive dashes, cloaks coming in from the other light. But as you can see out there, IND is indeed receiving some serious damage.
I was very keen on what 5-4 HP. Coming on both the ends, wanted to go up close in person, but Helldivers, one of the players gets brutally punished.
Max
also drops down to 49. Not a great sight to watch in.
Need to punch in, indeed. It's 4v4 for now. Oh, what a close quarter competition this is. Helldivers knows that they need to win this one so that they can stretch out the competition. They don't want this match point to turn in the winning round. Sonar grenades. Well, this is a good strategy, but it's already a 3-4. They are starting the decryption. It just takes 6 seconds, I believe. And yes! 6 to 7 seconds is all that they needed. The decryption has been started. 1 light, 1 heavy, and 1 medium. Mix of everything, but oh, medium just got down. Phase has been picked off. Maul, Hardy. He needs to be back at 125 HP if he wants to fight back. Slowly gaining that HP back. 41 seconds more to go with. They do have time to retaliate. But are they going to do it? Let's wait and watch.
Oh, the shots are being exchanged. Jitsu barely survives with Buzz on the tower, on the rooftop. Still trying to clean something away, but the retaliations are being done very brutally. But you see, Buzz, he doesn't even care. He used the dematerializer, goes through the container and got that first, the final frag that was needed. And that being said, Team IND, they will be walking away with the first map. The Monaco is in their name.
The most they had was 1 loss of a round. It was the third round, I believe, but after that, IND was even more effective and more chaotic. And as IND is now moving forward with the winning
Mhm.
face in their favor on the second map, I think Skyway Stadium is going to be pretty interesting to watch. Good buildings to play with, a lot of sniper action, I believe. But at the end, Helldivers, I think, yes, I would like to appreciate them as well. Good competition from the corner, and they were bringing it all to like in the defense rounds to be precise, where Indy should have got a lot of advantage. In those rounds, Indy was like down to the last man, and the last man was saving the day, or maybe even getting shut down. So that was pretty interesting, to be honest.
Yeah, already. I mean, every round had a different story. Once I thought, yeah, Helldivers got that one round. So from there on, they could have made one comeback. But in the defensive half, again, being brutally thrashed by the players of Team IND, where it was least expected by the players of Helldivers as well. But now we can have a kind of discussion point
Yep.
that Team IND, they have prevailed on the top just by being very dominant. It has to be that one point that every time you saw one of the players go up against them in a 1v1 duel or maybe a 1v2 situation, all the players of Team IND have benefited. All the players of Team IND have prevailed on top of them. Majority of the cases, until unless they were sandwiched and squeezed between two of the players when they got down in some situations. But even with that, the sniper action, Zero stepping up with those brilliant crispy headshots was something that even the Helldivers wouldn't expect it.
Oh yeah, Zero with that flick in, I believe, the cathedral was amazing. The other guy was like readily available with the XP. He was putting up goo canisters. The goo walls were up on top. He was about to get that interruption into the picture on decryption, but it didn't happen. All thanks to what Maul did over there. Sorry, Zero to be precise. The way he played on that SR was something amazing, to be honest. They need to just make sure that they replicate that kind of action in the next map as well. Skyway Stadium is yet another map where we will definitely get to see this kind of competition where SRs are going to come into the picture. Some lights are going to go with the, I guess, XP. Someone can go with throwing knives as well. But I would like to once again put in another scenario that IND have decided to change their approach. IND is not going to play on 3 heavies anymore. The previous map was a pretty clear indication of IND paying respect to the meta, paying respect to the fact that this is the main event. You can't slip up, you can't lose. You have to maintain that reign of terror in the minds of every single team that you will face. Because Helldivers have faced them for the very first time. Maybe that's why they're just going in bluntly, pushing them apart, shutting them away. But the other teams, I don't know what they're going to do. But man, IND is definitely a tough nut to crack.
Yeah, and after this matchup, a lot of things are quite clear. If you want to go on a head-on battle with Team IND, you better have those players who have a massive gunpowder. I mean, massive means legit massive. They can just, they should have that confidence that if I enter to take a fight, I take down at least 2 players with me, even if I'm going down. So if that kind of mindset, players, if they have those players with those kind of mindsets, then it's
Mhm.
fine. And I believe they can compete against Team IND. But well, we'll have to see how it goes in the next map of Skyway Stadium. But before that, we're gonna take a short break. See you on the
Yep.
other side. Lovely, lovely.
I guess we are so excited that we are not even able to like turn on our mics. Yeah, guys, welcome back once again on the desk after a good short break. The Finals Community Cup is on the way, guys. We are talking about the winners bracket round 2, and we have already seen what happened to Helldivers in the very first map. But now we have the second map, Skyway Stadium. It is 15 more seconds. The planning plotting is going to be done. From IND, we'll have 3 heavies this time. Oh, actually 2 heavies. Sorry,
Two heavies.
Zero
Yeah.
has decided to go with once again light, 2 heavies, 1 medium, and 2 lights. Exactly what they chose in the previous map as well. Now it is going to be fun to watch what happens from the other side. But IND, just go on, win it all, and eventually go to the winners bracket finale. Let's see if they can do it.
Oh yeah. On the defensive half, it's really sometimes important that you try to keep yourself cool, try to keep yourself calm in those situations, and you know that yeah, people are gonna just swarm on me, but I have to be prepared. My team has to be prepared. But look at the terminal being shifted. I mean, this is an illegal way to just shift, or maybe do some dirty work like this. I don't know what to say for Helldivers, but hey, man, you're not supposed to change things like that, is it so?
They have changed the things, but can IND figure it out? Let's see, man. The attack needs to be efficient, then the attack needs to be effective. Yes, they were good in the previous 2 rounds, but Skyway Stadium is not the place where you can fall. If you fall down, you're out of that particular round. So needs to make sure, folks needs to make sure that they get the better out of it. Jump pads, and the zero, marching his way. From Steels, one good connection, and he get it. But he is not going to be surviving anymore. Decryption needs to be started. Keys out there in the halls. From there, they have spotted one more. Where was that guy watching? Where was he looking?
Oh, he never expected something like that.
Charge and
But
slam and
charge
jump
and slam being used on a different direction. Helldivers, Muko doesn't bother of any obstacle that is coming in his way. Oh my god, this is a big opportunity. FaZe even gets taken down. Helldivers, they're just down to a single player. He shifted the B terminal, but that doesn't matter at all. Team IND, without even starting the decryption, they win this round. My god.
Yeah. Amazing start to what IND did. What an attack. What a round. They jumped in, they swung, they got the round, and they are out. Brilliant start from IND. All they need to do is just maintain this reign of terror. I think IND would be looking forward to win at least 2 now in the first half. I know that attack is not an easy way to deal. Skyway Stadium is yet another tricky map. Well, let's wait and watch. A jump pad. Jumping straight into the action, I believe. RPG 7 in the hand. If they spot anyone, they're gonna go kaboom. Especially a light. Well,
Yeah.
I think Necros at this point, Helldivers should either flank their opponent out or set up some good traps.
I believe setting traps can be a good choice. Once again, but
Yep.
the way Team IND is playing is like, does that even count? Because the traps are being set on the terminals, and if you literally eradicate all the players from the map, I don't think even you don't even need to get closer to a terminal to start the decryption, right?
Agreed. Lewis Gunn going with a rampage out his clan. With the weapon, but no, Helldivers retaliated. The melee didn't work. But finally, it's 3v3. Alright, the close quarter combats are going to be even more interesting. Dematerializer being utilized. Trying to change the levels. Trying to change the plays. Trying to change the outcome, should I say. But where is the terminal, man? Amongst all of those demolitions, beautiful buildings grappling down, the key is running towards the B terminal. They can start the decryption, I believe, pretty easily. There is no one to guard the B terminal over there. Oh, it's 2v3. That means the trap worked. They lost one more. Oh no, this is tough.
Because time is running. Very decryption will be started. I
Okay.
believe there won't be any interruption. Yes, the decryption has been started, but down to a 3v2. It's a very challenging situation for the boys of Team IND at this moment. Helldivers can just clinch this round and they can just do some real havoc. But right now, down to a 1v3, not even 1v3, everything is down. Helldivers, they will be walking away with the second round itself, and a very, very good display of skills, strategy from the boys of Helldivers.
As I said, now IND needs at least 2 rounds in their attack. They've lost one, they've won one. So they're currently standing at an equalizing standpoint. Of course, if you look at the larger picture of BO3, yes, they have won Monaco. So that's why they have that lead in their name. Winning Skyway Stadium will end any speculations of either IND qualifying to winners bracket finale or not. That speculation will go down if IND wins this particular map, as they will qualify for sure into the next one, which is the winners bracket finale. They will be the first one, but look at all those proximity mines out there. Proximity mine, turrets, glitch traps, whatever the mediums have to offer, all the equipments are on point. Portal, the light is going out there and getting that portal appointed. And now with that, they are approaching, they are marching towards which terminal, guys? I guess B is far away. It could be a A hit. Oh, yeah, it is.
Look at Jitsu. Maybe like, I'm gonna go down to the hells and then again rise from the ashes like Phoenix. That position. Damage has been done, 287.
Wow, look at that, wow.
He made sure that the key is in safe hands because he seems to be in a very trapped position, but he has to deal with all those poisonous gases. But now, flinching through away, he wants to start the decryption, but Team IND, they are losing the numbers. They're down to 4 man. They need to retaliate in the very same way of what Helldivers are doing. But the decryption in the meantime will be started, and now Team IND, they will be looking forward to play this post decryption pretty well.
RPG-7, Demon Triple Lasers. What is happening? IND loses once again. Might lose one more. Charge and slam, and there you go. 2v4 now place. 1v4 finally. Where is he? Want to see that? Muku is a heavy. Has got Lewis gun. Charge and slam also available for him, I believe. But what will he do? How is he going to efficiently pull it off? Breaks
No
open
idea.
the angle. Interruption is coming in, guys. There you go. Is he going to spot? He stops the interruption for now. Once again, the players are sticking for the interruption, and yeah, Muku is not going to survive. This is a bit unusual. We have never seen IND in this kind of spots, guys, where IND is failing and the other guys have every single upper hand. It's not even a 1v1 fight at the end. It was basically a 3v1. That's how beautiful Helldivers are. So maybe IND needs to now go with those split second decisions. Something different has to come from the corner if they really want to win. If they really want to secure some good spots. But now IND is at a different angle. They are actually in the second half. So of course they're going to play as defenders. They might feel comfortable in this approach. But where's the key? Oh, it's here.
Hey, I don't want to see that same round again. The key being stuck underground.
Oh
Well,
man.
Just trying to say one thing that I believe the sides have been swapped on the defensive side. So Team IND definitely will be looking forward to just stick with the basics and not to mess up anything from their end, because Helldivers, they're on a 1-round lead. So it's sometimes, I do sometimes think that being on the defensive side and being steady can be all sometimes very fruitful for you. And it will benefit you being on that particular position.
Has already 4 shots, no connection so far, 0. On the defense needs to be on point. Terminal is away from the reach of the attackers so far. Cloak, recon, all the info that they need is really here. But the key is not going to come close. Oh, it's 4v4. Start was like maybe IND is going to get that advantage, but lately, as you can see, everything is compensated. But look at the building getting crumbled. Spotted one, and that's Ivy, I believe. 3 IND loses one more. Actually, no, it's Helldiver who lost their first, and now the second player as well. Maul, Hamster, Max, the all of them coming, but no, man, it's not going to happen again. IND is not going to bow down anymore. It's 2-2, equalizing the state of Skyway Stadium.
Construction site being demolished in such a way was never expected by the players of Helldivers, it seems, because as soon as we saw the building crumbling down, you saw the players that were like, oh, where am I supposed to go right now? I need to find a higher ground for myself, and that's where I believe Team IND utilized that situation to its fullest, and they got the value that they were seeking for. Over and over, it's 2 all from both the ends, and now the demolishing part is always one of the favorite parts in which I believe the players of Team India are looking forward to. But for Helldivers, I am really interested to see what are they trying, because it's quite evident for Team India that they want to shift, they want to relocate this terminal further away from this position. But it's a very, very hefty task if you ask me.
They're just making sure that the terminals are going to be out in an open space so that even if the decryption comes through, I mean, first of all, the decryption is not going to come because it's in an open space. You can easily stop it. Barrier mesh activated. A lot of shots to break it open. Oh, some predictable shots going through. He's trying to predict where the place could be. No connection so far from both the sides. Nobody has been damaged a lot. I think Helldivers, they are getting a bit of a shots. They are receiving a bit of a damage. Yep, the heavy is pretty low, but it's 4v3. Now, what happened over there? Muku got taken down, but even before going down, he got 2. Ooh, that's spicy.
Helldivers losing 3 of their players. This is not a great sight to watch for themselves. Are already on rooftop, trying to gather intel as much as possible.
Yeah.
Zero with the sniper. He has been very promising. But now that one guy who jumped off from the left hand side was not read well by Zero. And it seems like the key is on its way towards the B terminal. And I don't think it's going to be red B or A if I'm not wrong. It will be on its way, but there has to be a good read about it. Helldivers, they're down to 2, but definitely if the decryption starts, a little bit of hesitations or maybe some panic situations might just cause, but oh, pardon me for that statement. It doesn't seem like IND are looking forward for any mercy at this moment.
Why would they? They already have got an advantage. They want to continue that and run in their favor. A light swings. The light is going to be even more clear as his HP is pretty low. He needs to pick up the key as it is dropped to the ground floor. There are a few more players. Pushing the hopes of IND winning this one easily, but IND is like, nah, buddy, it's not gonna happen. He will fight back, and here comes the match point. See, the series point.
Okay. Yeah, already. This is gonna be the series point for the side of Team IND. If they do win this one, win the series, and they advance to the upper bracket finals, wait for their opponent, which is gonna be from tomorrow's matchup. But for now, Helldivers only one motive, that to win this round and push it to a tiebreaker.
Oh, it is going to be tough, man. Helldivers are attacking. I know that Skyway Stadium has been utilized a lot when it comes to the PO3s, but against IND, it is obviously a bit tough because of the way these players are synergized, because of the way that they approach a particular fight. Yes, there are certain weak spots that Helldivers were able to create, but can they replicate that once again? Can they push this to tiebreaker? And see, not even the tiebreaker is going to be enough. They need to win the tiebreaker as well. Bringing that into the picture is not enough. They need to win it. But can they even bring the 6th round into their name? That's what I want to know. Barrier mesh activated. The key is out there. Lights are getting all the info that they need with the help of sonars and also with their visual perspectives. They can confirm that yes, a lot of rotations are coming through. Muku, he's there and open. Beautiful shot. Barrier mesh activated, but still the player is pretty low. One more shot is needed. No connection so far. Barrier mesh is going to save the day. Mid-air, nothing onto Maul. But as we can see, the heavy is also pretty low.
Yeah, he might just not survive another blow on him, so that's very cautious. But Zero never expected somebody to be in this closing position with the Vanish Bomb being used. Quick scope shots are coming on his way. He wants to go up close and personal, set trying to find out that one player. Where is that guy hiding? Zero has done it before. He can do it again. Helldivers loses their 2 players on the very moment. But still, that another quick scope comes in. Hamster gets put to rest. Zero fighting a wall all alone. And finally gets taken down. It's down to 3v2 situation where Team IND, they're still in the numbers advantage.
Well, no, it's just the number of advantage, man. They are in the whole main event advantage as they are already in the winner bracket finale. There you go. IND outshining everybody else now. Helldivers has been beaten away. Yes, this one was a close one for sure. This is the very first time when I've seen IND losing 2 rounds. This is the very first time from the whole start of Split 1 to now in the main event. But I think we will get to see even more situations where IND might fall. May they rise, may they fight back. But then again, for that, IND needs to develop even more beautiful strategies, as today they have decided to go with something different. They have decided to lessen the number of the heavies from their corner, but they have decided to increase the number of lights. 2 lights, 1 medium, and 2 heavies. It worked for them now. With that advantage, of course, Andy is going to be the winners bracket finalist. But I would like to ask you, Nicholas, from the other corner, which particular team do you think is going to move on to fight against Andy in the finals?
Being very honest, I feel like it's going to be Havk to
Okay.
just advance against B team. I'm not telling B team is not capable, but once again, B team, the kind of gameplay that they have showcased and what Havk has done in the split 2 itself, there is a big difference in sometimes in terms of skills and experience in which Havk, I believe, might have an upper hand, and that can be the cause of problem which B team might face tomorrow. So
Yep.
I really believe that Havk has a high tendency, a lot of chances to advance to the next round and face Team IND in the upper bracket final and to compete.
Agreed.
See, I'm not even after in the upper bracket final, if even Team IND or maybe Havk goes down to the lower brackets, they will have another chance to come up and play the grand finals. The only
Pretty
thing
much.
that will cause the problem is that they need to play a lot more matches to reach the grand finals as compared to the upper bracket.
Nobody wants to go to the lower bracket because not just they are going to play even more number of matches, but also the sword of elimination is going to be hung down their neck. Nobody wants to get eliminated. If they have made sure that they are going to have a run from split 1 to split 2 respectively, maybe even in the LCQ they got the chance. For example, the teams like B team, they got their chance from that particular spot. So they need to just maintain that reign of terror. But coming back to the equation of this particular map, guys, we have IND Muku, who was the MVP of this particular map. 7 eliminations, 3 assists, and 5 deaths. 4,953 is going to be the combat score, as this guy was phenomenal on his heavy.
You know what? Even if Moko is the MVP with all these eliminations, assists, and everything, I feel like Zero is also one of those crucial players that played an integral part for the win of Team IND in this particular matchup, because all those quick scopes and those all intels that was being carried forward by that one
Yep.
player and shared with their teammates was exceptional. And yes, Muko on the first with 7 eliminations, 5 on Arav and Buzz respectively. Zetsu and Zero have like 4 and 2, but Zero, the 2 frags or the quick scopes that he had throughout this entire series was so super cool, and I would really love to see some more. After Frag Rift of Eternal Fate, I really believe Zero is my next favorite sniper in this entire the finals.
I mean, yeah, the values that Zero is bringing into the picture definitely is going to be one of the favorites of every single individual, the finals enthusiast. Of course, there were certain misses in the last round that we just got to witness, but he was fighting a battle all alone, as you rightly called it out at that point. He got one down, but eventually the second player was able to put him away. But yeah, in long ranges, we have seen Zero being quite pinpoint precise with his play. So that is definitely helping Team IND a lot. We were talking and appreciating their synergy part a lot initially in Split 1. Yes, in the main event as well, that same exact thing is getting replicated. It seems like that every now and then the trade fire is working. Even on those rounds where IND faltered, it was like IND faltered all in a single way. Like every single guy got taken down in an instant. It was not like they're getting isolated or they were getting picked one by one. So that was fun to watch. Now Zero, despite of the fact that he was playing on NSR, he had a bit of a lower amount of combat score. But if you see, Maul, Max, FaZe, all of them did their job. Huddy on and Heavy, I believe, was not that on point in this particular scenario.
Yeah, somehow I felt like Huddy could have done a better job as compared to what his
Yep.
capabilities are. 894 combat score is way too less in the entire Community Cup, if I'm not wrong. If I recapitulate all those matches, it seems like this might be the lowest combat score. But overall, not a great day for a lot of teams, specifically not for Wars Generation, Eternal Fate, Helldivers, and tomorrow we're going to get another team coming down to the lower bracket round 1. It can be B team, which I do think that they might be falling down to the lower brackets against Team Havk. But if they prove me wrong, I would be really happy to see that. But the next matchup, it's going to be Team Havk versus B team. Then coming down to the lower bracket round 1 was Generation versus Eternal Fate, then Helldivers to the loser of that winner bracket round 2 match. So a lot of matchups tomorrow as well. 4 matches will be there for you to witness, and I'm really excited to see what actually sums up, because at the end of the day, the final day, that is on 18th of August this month, on Sunday, we will be having that blockbuster grand final of the finals Community Cup to crown our first champion.
Yeah, definitely we are going to witness that action, guys. But this is it for today. We had three amazing BO3s, three amazing teams advancing on their stages, three teams which are falling down, of course, in the lower bracket. It is going to be their struggle from tomorrow. Need to know what happens, guys. But for that, we are going to take a leave today. This was the Finals Community Cup, day 1 of the main event. We'll see you tomorrow on the day number 2. Till then, peace out. Thank you for joining us. Bye bye.